Well, good morning, everyone. I think we've got everyone present and accounted for up here, so let's go ahead and call this meeting to order of the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee. We have, let's see, today's meeting is being broadcast, and interested parties can view the broadcast by visiting http://cde-ca.videossc.com, but the link is so much easier when you find it on our committee's webpage. So with every member in attendance, it is 10:07, and I am calling the meeting to order. We've got a great agenda. Before we get into our agenda, though, I really want to express our gratitude to former member Amy Costa, representing the Board of Governors. She was able to serve on our committee with us for the past several months, but has now relinquished this cherished opportunity to Alma Salazar, who is no stranger to the Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee. Alma not only is a new Board of Governors member, but she is taking Amy Costa's seat on this committee. So thank you, Alma, for joining us in that capacity. You want to introduce yourself and give us some of your thoughts as you transition from one role representing on the committee to your newest role as Board of Governor member representing on our committee.
And the first lesson they don't teach you is how to turn on the microphone. So there you go. Good morning, everyone, and delighted to be here. Thank you, Chair Grande, for the very warm welcome. As a individual who's had the privilege of working in the intersectionality between business and our local educational institutions, I'm very privileged to be here today. And delighted that I get to serve, continue to serve. I've served as an alternate for David Rattray on several meetings, and now excited to serve in this new capacity and look forward to working with you all in advancing what looks to be a very promising state Perkins plan, and continue to be a voice for business on this committee. And continue to support all of us as we move on strengthening career pathways for our young adults, ensuring that we are committed to equity and that we continue to build the career lattices needed to ensure that our most underrepresented students have access to economic and social mobility. So delighted to be here.
Thank you so much, Alma. All right. In our packets in front of each of us, we will find on the left-hand side the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee Preliminary Report of Action, aka meeting minutes from our Friday, September 13th, 2019 meeting. If you've had a chance to take a look at them, is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes for Friday, September 13th, when we had not only Friday, September 13th, but also a full moon and a full agenda?
Well, that explains a lot.
We had a great meeting on Friday, the 13th of September.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Member Rawlings. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Reckers. Are there any comments regarding corrections, additions, edits that need to be made to the preliminary report of action from Friday, the 13th of September?
I think staff will be glad that it's not Friday the 13th with the full moon.
It was a good day. It was a good day. Any comments from members of the public regarding the meeting minutes? All right. Lisa Reimers from CDE, would you like to take the roll call for our vote to approve the meeting minutes from, stop me if you've heard this before, Friday, September 13th?
Absolutely. Chair Grande.
Aye.
Member Ortiz-Licon. Member Rawlings.
Aye.
Member Rucker. Aye. Member Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sun. Thank you.
We have approved the minutes from our last meeting. Thank you all. All of our meeting minutes and recordings of the broadcasts of our meetings are available on the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee's webpage. In addition, today's agenda will be posted there, has been preliminary posted there, and will include the 2 agenda items that are on it for today's discussion, the K-12 Strong Workforce Program metrics, and an update on the development of the California State Plan for Career Technical Education. Lisa, you want to come right back up and give us a walkthrough on our agenda packets that we have in front of us?
Yes, good morning, everyone. So in your package, you will find your agenda and the minutes that you just approved. On the yellow, you have the most recent guiding policy principles. And then in the pink, you have 2 documents. You have the agenda item and the slides for item number 1. And then for item number 2, you have the agenda item, slides. You also have a big giant book. And then you also have a last attachment with a timeline. And that is everything for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. Everyone have all of the documents in their possession so we can move forward? Very good. Then our first agenda item is the California Career Technical Education Initiatives, which include the K-12 Strong Workforce Program metrics. And I would like to welcome Michelle McIntosh from the California Department of Education and Jill Lufkin from California Community College's Chancellor's Office, who's going to update the committee on the K-12 Strong Workforce Program metrics. Michelle, Jill, welcome and good morning.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. All right. I'm Jill Lufkin from the California Community College's Chancellor's Office, and I'm here to talk about the K-12 Strong Workforce Program metrics overview. And so, oh yes, sorry, advancing slides. Is it in? Let's go to play. There we go. Okay. There you go. And perfect. So first, we wanted to give you an update on the data sharing agreement between the Chancellor's Office and CDE. There had been a master data sharing agreement executed between our 2 agencies in the past. What we are working on is adding an amendment to that agreement to include the data that are needed to be shared for the K-12 Strong Workforce Program. And amendments to collect those data require getting very specific about the data elements that are needed from the CalPADS file that come from CDE to put that in place with the MOU. So at present, we're working with CDE, the Chancellor's Office and CDE are working together to identify the specific data elements that are needed for reporting from CalPADS. So the variables that go into constructing the metrics that we've identified as a group for the K-12 Strong Workforce Program. Just to give a little illustration, just generally speaking, the Chancellor's Office has a number of dashboards, a number of metrics, and our metrics have maybe anywhere from 2 to 18 variables included. So a metric is a constructed, set of data. So right now we're investigating what data elements go into constructing each metric so that CDE and the Chancellor's Office agree on and define things in the same way. So it is a bit of a process to do so. It requires a deep dive into the data, both of our, our data systems. So we're working on that. And the goal, as I mentioned, is to make sure that the metrics are defined in the same manner between both systems. And this is really important for both for the grantees and for our systems to communicate well with one another about program outcomes. So now I'll just give an overview of what the K-12 Strong Workforce student level outcomes look like. So these are the metrics that we're working on constructing at present. The first being completed at least 2 CTE courses in high school in the same program of study, completing at least 2 CTE courses in high school in the same program of study that include early college credit, work-based learning, or third-party certification. And so there's an asterisk there in your presentation for work-based learning and third-party certification, indicating that that's not currently collected in the CalPADS file, but that is something that is a work in progress.
Exactly. And as we're working on furthering out our CCI and doing the work-based learning, and then also the certification piece for the CCI. So we're working in tandem at the same time to ensure that we don't get ahead of ourselves in doing that, but making sure that we stay in alignment with the board and how we build that out.
Great. And then graduated from high school and then enrolled in a California community college within 1 year of leaving secondary school. So these set of metrics are that are looking at the K-12 piece of outcomes for our students. And then we're also going to be looking at some of the outcomes that come for students that are enrolled from K-12 SWP grantees into community colleges. And so those post-secondary student level outcomes are completing at least 9 CTE units in the first year of community college, attaining a California community college certificate or degree, or attaining apprenticeship journey level status, transferring to a 4-year institution after exiting the California community college, and entering a registered apprenticeship after participation in high school pre-apprenticeship programs. We're currently exploring how to collect those data as well. So with the exception of the last bullet, the first 3 are metrics that the California community college system has decided are important for our system as a whole, that they're a part of, you may have heard of the student success metric. So we're working very hard to align not only with CDE, but to align with the other initiatives at the college so that our practitioners also are looking at the same metrics across different programs. So that's very important to us. And you can see the data sources for these come from a variety of places. The Chancellor's Office MIS, we get transfer data from CSU, from the UCs, and also from the National Student Clearinghouse. We get apprenticeship data from the Department of Apprenticeship Standards, and of course we'll get data from CDE. And then, again, the Chancellor's Office, our student success metrics also look at employment and earnings measures from our students that exit the community college system. And so we will also look at those metrics for the K-12 Strong Workforce Program cohorts. And those are employed in a job closely related to the field of study after exiting California Community College. And we use, our system has a career technical education employment outcomes survey that's funded by the Chancellor's Office that all of the colleges participate in. And we survey exiting CTE students to find out if they've gotten a job related to their field of study. And that's a very important measure for us. It's one of the only places that we know of in the state that collects this kind of information after training programs occur in the kind of comprehensive way that our system does. Median annual earnings of students after exiting the California community colleges, and attaining a living wage after exiting California community colleges, because we hope that our students will earn enough money to support themselves. And the last 2 measures come from the Employment Development Department's unemployment insurance wage records. We have a data sharing agreement with them to get those data. Those are currently collected in our system as it is at this moment. And then, so the K-12, many of our initiatives have dashboards in what we call the launch board, which is an online system, online set of data tools for people to really be able to access their data easily, practitioners access their data. So a dashboard for K-12 SWP is going to be added with a tentative completion date of spring 2020. The launch board metrics will compare different groups of students. We discussed with CDE about what is of, besides just looking at the metrics, what comparison groups are of interest to people. And we're planning on comparing the different groups of CTE participants, CTE concentrators, highly prepared CTE students, and non-CTE students. So looking at the different outcomes for those different groups of students. And we'll also be disaggregating the metrics to look at subgroups of interest, those being gender, race and ethnicity, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, foster youth, students with disabilities, and English learners. So we can look at how outcomes may vary across those different subgroups. And then the one thing I wanted to mention, lastly, there was a question related to whether LEAs can use funds, CTIG, K-12, or Perkins funds for data collection. And we just wanted to respond to that and say that for CTIG and for K-12 SWP, resources to support site or program level data can be written into a grant proposal for consideration, such as one example might be to include portions of a position to assist with data collection and/or dissemination and analysis. Requests will be considered based on justification and how the requests directly support CTIG and K-12 SWP programs. For Perkins, this type of expenditure is not allowed. So I just wanted to follow up on that question that had been posed.
Okay.
So, are there questions? We'll do a round robin. We'll start over with Member Salazar.
And this question may be more for Patricia, or if the staff is aware, to what extent are we connecting with the CalSkills metrics dashboard? And where do you see the two dovetailing in terms of the data metrics that have been identified here today?
I can't speak for the community colleges data with respect to CalSkills, but CalSkills can you not hear me? Oh, but the CalSkills for K-12, my understanding is that that's for adult education, and this doesn't necessarily include adult education for the K-12 Strong Workforce or the CTIG. So, but I can't speak for the community colleges because you obviously have adults. So there may be some overlap for the CalSkills on the community college side.
I know there's been an effort for the community colleges to work with the CalSkills data folks to share data and to work together to address some of those issues. But I don't know the specifics.
But I think at some point our young adults will become, adults. So I'm just wondering about the transition points in terms of data sharing. So if you have the Workforce Development Board developing a dashboard, a metrics dashboard, and they're looking at certain data measures, right? And it's kind of a working both ends towards the middle. I'm just trying to understand in terms of what's been identified here. At some point, ideally, the data would connect, right? And we'd provide a continuum. Does that make sense? So I'm just trying to figure out if we're working both ends towards the middle. At some point, these two will collide. So I want to make sure that there's that connectivity.
Thank you, Member Salazar. It's really tricky, especially in the K-12 arena, because we don't collect socials, okay? And that's the world that the California Workforce Development Board works in, you know, collecting information from EDD, the labor market information, the unemployment, all of those data points are all sort of connected through social security numbers, and we just simply don't collect that information, and I don't see in the foreseeable future that we would be. So I understand what you would like to do and try to connect those, but we just don't do that. And so the CalSkills was sort of a pilot, if you will, to try to start to collect, at least from the K-12 side, on a voluntary basis for those adults that provided their socials. And it was sort of a pilot to see how we could try to do that for those adults in that system.
Member Rucker?
I want to ask you to go back to the third slide concerning K-12 student level outcomes. And on the second bullet of that slide, the information concerning the 2 or more CTE courses completed in high school, you made the comment that it's not currently collected in CalPADS. So I just want to get some clarification about what that statement was. Are you saying that we don't have any data about the course taking of students in any data field in CalPADS?
No, we
Okay.
do.
Okay.
No, we do
All right.
collect.
So you do collect the
We
data.
do collect the data.
So what do you mean then when you say it's currently not collected?
So I think in looking at this, it's two plus courses that also include college credit. We collect those as separate data points, but we're not there yet to collecting the work-based learning part or the third-party certification.
Okay, so what does that mean? Does it mean that there's no data field in CalPADS
Correct.
to record that?
Correct.
So does it require, if there's no data field in CalPADS and CalPADS needs to be amended, does that require legislation to add that data field?
I don't think it requires legislation. I think we just need to work with our CalPADS folks, which we are currently doing. So I know one of the things that they're currently incorporating is the pre-apprenticeship piece and then internships. Those are the two pieces that are currently being incorporated. One of the things that we would like to do, though, is actually build out, because internships are one part of work-based learning. We'd like to build out more of what that work-based learning is, and what options there could be for work-based learning, since there's several different options that happen with students along the continuum of their CTE experience.
I think the good doctor knows what my next question is going to be. I think he's already anticipating what I'm going to say, so I'll just let him have the mic. I won't even bother to ask the question. I think he knows what I'm going to ask.
Member Rucker, I think we are, CCTD is having discussions with the data folks about the requirements under Perkins V, how to collect that data, and our intention is to collect most of that data from CalPADS. One of the requirements that we have is to define a concentrator under Perkins V, and there are several options that we have, including the one that you see. So we do collect this data, and we also collect what's called students who completed capstone, 12th grade capstone, and we also have, although it's harder in looking at grades, but at least the first three I mentioned, and I'm having discussions with Cindy Kazanis and others to talk about how we can incorporate that within CalPADS and then have that as a metric for definition, as a definition for a concentrator in Perkins that would sort of match to this. So we may have to sort of have a discussion with the community colleges to make sure that we're defining a concentrator the same way at the K-12 level. So when they look at K-12 concentrators, they're actually looking at the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much. And you did anticipate what my question was going to be, so I appreciate that. I have one last question, and my last question is the conversation about the data gaps or the deficiency, and I'm using the word deficiency in CalPADS on purpose, is not new. This is not breaking news. This is something we have known for quite some time. And so in having these conversations, which have been a continuing discussion for this particular panel, one of the things I continue to stress and continue to urge is, while there is an urgent need for us to make sure we develop the statewide data system to meet the needs that Dr. Kodamraju has talked about, I think the other thing we have to be aware of, there are some more local systems, particularly community college districts, that are already using data systems that do an excellent job of collecting the kind of data that we are saying is missing in CalPADS. And so the last time we had this conversation, I specifically asked you to come back to us with some recommendations about where some of those models are and how they are working, because we've actually done a data session with this group and looked at other data systems and what they're collecting. And what I specifically asked for, as it relates to the work that's in front of us, it's currently an obstacle for us that CalPADS can't do the things we actually needed to do for the purposes of the work that has to be done for drafting the plan. But it doesn't mean the data is not available. And so what I keep asking for is for you all to identify the other options we have for identifying and using the data that is currently available. That request remains unaddressed. And as we go forward with trying to get this draft plan finished, it's not the draft plan. It's not an obstacle that the data is not available. The obstacle is that that particular work has not still remained unaddressed and unconsidered. So I think it's urgently important to do that. And we have another meeting coming up. So I will make the request again that we look at other data systems that currently do the work that CalPADS cannot do for us right now, and look at that as a model and a way of collecting, even if that data is only available more regionally, knowing that the intent of the plan is to implement the plan based on those regional priorities, then let's take advantage of the regional data that's available to inform those decisions.
Good, thank you.
Vice Chair Sun.
Thank you. Back off of what Member Rucker is saying about the data. I think what we have not also mentioned in the collection of CalPads is there's a collection of data in CalPads, and then there's the use of that data for, let's say, the CCI. And what I'm unclear a little bit about is, are we collecting, because right now you mentioned internships and something else. I know that CCI is it's part of that work from accountability.
Yes.
To go out there and solicit feedback on that information for the purposes of CCI.
Right.
But for these other things, we may not necessarily incorporate, but it might be information we need to know. So as a practitioner, I'm always conscientious. Are you just going to ask information for the sake of asking information? Or is there a purpose for that? Is it going to be used in an accountability system and all that? So part of the conversation is that clarification. And to Member Rucker's point about, are there other systems, other data that we are collecting that could be utilized? What are our limitations in CalPads and how we collect the data and what it can be used for? Those are things that I think we need to clarify as well, because we're not, I think we're having conversations about collecting data, but we also need to be aware there's a second step to the CalPads collection, which is for accountability purposes. And there might be, do we collect that information that isn't going to be for accountability purposes, and is that okay? I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my data one. My other question was just very quick and simple. The clarification on whether we can use K-12 and CTIG grant for funds for data collection. Do we make that clear in the application process that it can be used?
I don't think it's not clear in the application process itself. Okay. I mean, it's not written anywhere specifically in the application, but that's certainly something that we can
think it would be
do
nice
for
to
next
highlight,
time. Sure.
Because then it gives us a little bit more of a leverage to say, hey, we need
absolutely
this data. Right. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Michelle, is there a FAQ for the application where we might be able to culminate these kind of answers to give guidance to the field?
So there's not an FAQ per se. We did do a webinar so last week, the week before, that we went through and listed everything out, and we've been sending that webinar with some of the Q&As out to the field as they've been requesting that, and then our goal is to actually post that to the website for that to be available as well.
Was that one of the questions that came out of the webinar, was whether or not the funds could be used for data collection?
Not from our particular webinar, but I know that was something that has been asked of the community college through the K-12 Strong Workforce Program.
Chair Grande, we will look and see developing an FAQ not only for CTIG, but we also have to do that for Perkins, because we don't get any guidance now from the U.S. Department of Education once we submit the plan. So we have to take that burden. And so we like to have sort of more generalized FAQ, but refers to the different programs, so we can actually have a more comprehensive FAQ that relates to that.
Very much. Member Salazar.
Just out of curiosity, on the launch board, K-12 Strong Workforce, Launchpad, disaggregated data, is there a possibility to also include reentry, probation, youth? So I know the state invested $5 million last year in community college, ensuring that incarcerated and formerly incarcerated students were receiving services. So it just seems like a population that we've already incentivized to be served, and would love to collect information on how well we're serving them, given that they are probably our most acute student population.
Yes, we can look into adding that. I think for the K-12 SWP, we use a cohort model that the characteristics are tracked from when they're actually in high school, and we use those to look at them across their journey. But we certainly have other dashboards that serve primarily community college students, and if that's an area of interest, you can mention that to folks.
Ortiz-Licon.
Yes, thank you. I do have a technical question, slide 3, K-12 student level outcomes. When we're looking at graduated high school, will we be tracking by 4-year graduation and 5th year? because now we've also set a fifth year graduation, and it would be great to see who our students are. Are they the students graduating in 4 years? Are they students graduating in 5 years? So it's a good data point for us to have.
Right. So we can go back and look at exactly how we're doing that for the K-12. I know with the CTE incentive grant, a memo was sent to you of the things that we can get in CalPads, those first 3 bullet points, and it actually showed not only the source being CalPads, but actually the reference or the how that was being measured. So we can look back at that and then see if, and really what we'll want to do is make sure that both CTIG and K-12 Strong Workforce are on the same page with that data information.
Also, just I'm curious, what is the internship requirement? Do we have an hour requirement that's standard?
The internship requirement right now, I don't know that there's a specific hour set to it, but I think it's just kind of a broad general internship piece. And so we have to go in and look, because there's certainly a difference between a student that might do a 20-hour internship or somebody that might be doing an internship that could be the whole semester or per se the whole year. So, at that point, or at this point, as we continue to work on the work-based learning piece, not only do we have the types of work-based learning to consider, but also looking at the measurement of the work-based learning as well.
Right. Yeah, I've seen a huge difference between 80 hours, for instance, and 20 hours.
Absolutely.
And my last question has to do, and we don't have control over this, I'm assuming, but attained a living wage. Is that considered $15?
The living wage is calculated at the county level because of there's great regional variation in our state. So it's looking at the living wage for a single adult. So that based on locale.
So it's not one, okay, because we've done a lot of work around Latinos and what keeps us in poverty, and it's that we're only looking at wages, we're not looking at benefits. So when I think of, are we exiting and having a livable wage, salary for me alone or an hourly rate of 10 or above is just not enough if the goal is eventually to uplift people from poverty. But I know that's a greater conversation. I was just wondering how this was being measured.
Yeah, and it's an annual earnings, as that's how it's measured. So I think it's, depending on where you are, so it's 20, I can't remember. We have the Insight Center produces that statistic.
Any other questions? Yeah, great questions. Any other questions or comments? How difficult, we'll come back to member record in just a moment. How difficult are we making it on the community college side for collecting these K-12 student level outcomes when we have a student who is dual enrolled in the CTE courses while simultaneously in high school and not a graduate yet? So as I'm looking at some of the student level outcomes at the K-12 and then followed by the post-secondary student level outcomes, what happens when they are both simultaneous? Completed 9+ CTE units their first year in college while they're still, say, a sophomore in high school, and then making sure that the program of study that's coded in high school is duplicated as the program of study in college. How difficult are we making that process?
Well, I think that for the college measures are for, I believe we're excluding special admit students. So you have to we're not trying to say whether or not students who are dually enrolled got 9 CTE units. That may be too high a bar for a sophomore in high school. We're looking at once in the community college system as a student, not special admit, I believe.
I know that some schools are not using special admin for their dual enrolled students. Special admin are students who are coming in outside of those agreements that they have. So I'm just wondering how we're collecting the data in such a way that we might be burdening ourselves by not being able to get the correct numbers because we are not treating them as special admin.
Okay, we will look into that because I do believe, we want to accurately measure the data and not include, students in metrics who should not necessarily be included in the metric. So we'll look into that to make sure we address that issue.
Yeah. Member Rucker?
Well, I'm glad to follow you with that question because I do have my questions are really follow-up questions to what Chair Grande asked you. I want you to go to the slide, the second to last slide, Launch Board and K-12 SWP, and you identified the groups of students that the data points are going to be collected for. I want to make sure I understand that the data you're looking at in particular about these CTE participants is going to be limited in scope to what's actually required in the statute concerning the concerning the SWP, or are you looking at other types of data that can be collected or added into this particular data set?
I'm sorry, could you clarify because I'm not exactly following.
You said that the launch board is the data dashboard for the community college system to collect information about students about the students and the courses in the program that the community colleges are going to follow. And you said that the dashboard for the K-12 Strong Workforce program is going to be added. The data fields about the K-12 program are going to be added. So I want to understand what is the overlap between the K-12 data that's going to be added and what is currently being collected. Are you only limiting the data that will be added for the K-12 Strong Workforce program to what's already being collected in this system? Are you going to be looking more broadly at data that may also be used to fill in the gaps that we currently perceive and have in CalPADS?
So
is that a better, I hope that's a better way to ask the question.
Thank you. I understand that. So there's a couple of clarifications. So the launch board is just the tool to view the data. The data all come from the Chancellor's Office MIS or from CDE or from the unemployment insurance wage records. So it's just a place to look at it. What we're going to do in the launch board is create a new dashboard for K-12 SWP, but that will use the existing data sources that we already have. So we'll take the data that were collected by CDE, collected by the Chancellor's Office that I just mentioned, and we'll just combine it to create metrics that are for display for people to look at. So all of the launch board in and of itself is not a data collection tool. It is just a repository for a dashboard for metrics so that you can view your outcomes. So
okay, so I'm going to ask you to hold right there. Mm-hmm. So I want to remind you that in answer to the questions I asked for clarification on slide 3, you said that although we do have the data in CalPADS concerning the courses that students take, one of the data points that we currently cannot put together with that data is about the work-based learning and the internship programs. So my question is, as you put this data dashboard together on Launch Board, are you going to be able to find a way to add that data field to that collection? Since you have the information being collected and stored somewhere, are you going to be able to use this application to bring that other information that's currently not available in CalPADS together here?
So I think our sort of guiding principle in building out our metrics is to only have metrics for which data are readily and equitably available. So if you have a couple of high school districts that collect these data, we don't really want to collect those for a couple of districts, right, and add them to a dashboard for the metric. It will be out of place, right? So I think we rely mainly on we try to rely as much as we possibly can on an administrative data set. So that's why we're working with CDE to get the CalPADS data, and CDE is working on including these measures. For I think we historically have tried to let people upload their own data, and it does not work well, and it's not fair across the board. So that's a lesson learned at the Chancellor's Office. So we try and stick to the administrative data systems that we have, or the comprehensive data collections that we do have, instead of trying to piecemeal things together. Has not been very effective. So that's sort of why we're tabling these two pieces of this metric at this time until we can get a comprehensive collection going.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm glad we were able to tease that out a little bit here. So I'm going to leave you with another charge, because we have a need now to get these participating districts to look at what they are doing to serve targeted and special populations. I would assert that there is some inconsistency across the system about how data about those targeted populations are being collected in the purposes that would be served, not only for the purposes of the state plan, but for purposes of what are some of the perceived gaps, both in CalPads and what may be even magnified once you start putting this data together in Launchpad. So in order to make sure that the plan and the work you're doing for both of these projects actually serves the targeted populations that we have a legislative mandate to address, unless we figure out a way to uniformly require and hold districts accountable to not only research that data and report it in a uniform way, but also create a repository for them to share and upload that data, we're never going to solve that particular data gap. So I think that as you go forward with this work, even though you're tabling the development of this for now, the need to have a uniform statewide system of targeting and holding districts and LEAs accountable for how they monitor and report on their services to special populations. If we, the state, don't provide the model and the repository for it, that problem will never be resolved.
Are there any other comments from members of the board?
So on these metrics that you're proposing for K-12, how does this impact the recommendations that we'll be making for changes in metrics in November? Is it November timeline that we're supposed to be making?
It'll be, yes, it'll be November.
Okay.
So, so at this point, I don't know that we particularly have specific recommendations as much as we have, here we are at a point in time. And our goal when we come to you in November would then be to put some either recommendations forth or additional information for you to consider, for you to be able to make that decision of what needs to happen for the next metrics. For K-12, I can say for CTIG, the metrics are pretty finely laid out, and we have, and we do have those first three, for following the matrix of metrics that we are firm on now that we can collect in CalPads, and then alleviating the burden from the field to have to collect that information. There are the the other three follow-up data points, though, that will need to be collected. Again, the follow-up data there. And then with the K-12 strong workforce, we plan on sharing our data, of course, sharing the data with them, so we're not having to do two different polls, which includes those first three points of discussion, and then looking at where we need to go, considering that for the K-12 strong workforce, these are 30-month projects that the first data set won't really be available until 2020. But up until this time, we can certainly look at, and we value and thank you for the recommendations of the areas to look at to ensure that we're consistent and looking at all students as we move forward. So.
When we went into this last year, we had a very short timeline, and we took a wait and see approach to this.
Yes.
I think to move the work forward, I would like some priority, maybe a couple of tweaks to the metrics or additions.
Priorities, or
sure. That we think is priority, so that at least we're setting a goal. Okay. And even if the systems, and there's a few technical, if we set the goal, then it gives us something to aim for. So I would like to see something so that we're moving forward and not take another wait and see stance for another year.
Right. I don't think we're in a wait and see stance. I think it's just we are at a point where we're still reviewing the data for the November meeting and what we want to be able to present to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Comments or questions? Thank you, Michelle.
Okay,
Thank you, Jill, so very much. These were some of the concerns that were brought up at the last meeting, which prompted the presentation today to give us some more information on how the data is being collected and how we might formulate a better approach to data collection. Thank you both so very much. I really appreciate you fielding our questions and listening to our concerns. And I'm looking forward to the November meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any members of the public that wanted to make commentary on that particular agenda item 1, which is in regards to the metrics for the K-12 Strong Workforce Program? Please step forward, state your name and whom you're representing.
Good morning. I am Tracy Zerpoli, current superintendent of Tri-Cities ROP and also the CAR OCP state president. And I want to specifically address K-12 Strong Workforce. But first, I'd like to thank both CDE and the Chancellor's Office for implementing these 2 very important allocation grants because, as we all know, CT is important for all students. And we also appreciate that this is ongoing funding. But I believe there has been many challenges in the field with the Strong Workforce grant, and there continues to be. But I'm going to boil it down to one issue. And metrics is one, but then there is something a little more serious, which is the funding allocation model. It appears equitable, but it's not. I challenge you as a board to look at the dollars, look at the number of students it's serving, who it's serving, and I think you'll find out that it's not equitable. So for example, currently we are allowed to submit 3 applications with the maximum being $2 million each. So for example, I'm in a district where we have 10,000 ADA, which means I could apply for $2 million 3 times. So in Los Angeles County, the region is allocated $24 million. So if my $10,000 ADA district gets $6 million, guess what? There's a whole lot of districts out there that won't get anything. And so again, I ask you to look at the data, count the dollars, to the students, and you'll see that it is not equitable. The CTEC funding, in my beliefs and my colleagues' belief, is fair and equitable. It's based on an allocation. Our legislators wanted this based on regional needs and also ADA, which seems fair. So I just ask that, this is coming out November 1st, very soon, and we dealt with it last year, and we tried our best to meet all the criteria and to write that very long application. But again, just please look at that funding formula to make sure that every student has the access to those dollars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments on our first agenda item regarding the metrics for the K-12 Strong Workforce Program? Very well. We will move on to agenda item 2, which is an update on the development of the California State Career Technical Education Plan, including the requirements for the Federal Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act, aka Perkins V. And you'll notice on the agenda that the rest of the meeting is dedicated to these items, the state plan as well as the requirements for Perkins V. So I will welcome Pradeep Kotamaraju from the California Department of Education, who's going to share with the committee progress being made in the development of our California State Plan for Career Technical Education, as well as the requirements for our Perkins V application. Welcome.
Morning. I'm Pradeep Kotamaraju, Director of the Korean College Transition Division at here at the California Department of Education.
Hi, I'm Shani Weber. I am the Vice Chancellor for Workforce and Economic Development at the California Community College's Chancellor's Office. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm Patricia DeCoste, Deputy Executive Director, State Board of Education.
So before we go into the actual agenda item, we have some information for you and discuss that with you, because the 3 of us plus Michelle and Jeff went to a meeting in Washington, D.C. area last week, and we had a lot of time to discuss how we move forward with the state plan of CTE. And based on that discussion, we'd like to share some information with you, and Shani will lead the discussion.
Good morning. So last week was very productive. We had a lot of state team time, which we really appreciate, and spent a lot of time talking through all of the challenges we have with the timeline. We had talked about how compressed this timeline is and a lot of work that has to be done. And in thinking through this, and also a lot of the question that has come out of the committee members because of the challenges with the timeline, and trying to look at how do we streamline this, how do we create a very clear path forward in terms of getting the work done and chunking it in a way that is very structured. So what we have sort of come up with an agreement on is there are really two key pieces of this work that is in front of us. There is the federal application, which is due in April, and then there is the state plan, which is a very important document that guides the way we move forward. And it's also very predicated on the guiding principles that has really been sort of the guiding North Star for the work that we do. So in terms of moving forward, we are looking at reorganizing the document that you have right now in front of you, and creating really two parts to that document. Part A will be the state plan, and Part B will be the federal application. And Part B, as the federal application, will be due and submitted in April. And moving forward, most of the work that is being done and what you will be seeing will be the federal application. And in parallel, we will be working as a team on the state plan. And the primary work of the state plan, and there's really two pieces. There's the federal application that we have to address with the federal government. And then there's the state plan, which is essentially how our two agencies work together, how we align, and how it's not business as usual. All the things that the directions that you've provided us, how are we going to work together as two agencies to really serve our students? So that is the work that we have to do and really be clear on in terms of the state plan. And then the federal application is part of the state plan and will also be part of the work that we do. Additionally, just to give you a little bit more detail, is that you will probably end up seeing some duplication between both Part A and B, because there are pieces in the state plan that needs to be addressed in the federal application. For example, the vision. The vision is the same vision in the federal application as the state plan. So that is how we've sort of made an agreement to move forward. And I wanted to give Patricia a chance as well to say a few words.
Good morning. As my colleagues here have said, we had a wonderful opportunity last week to attend the Advanced CTE meeting conference, and we had a time for us to meet as a state team. There were 5 members from California, and other states had as many as 9 members attend. But we had an exchange with other states. We had an opportunity to hear kind of what they were doing. Many states seem to be ahead of California and where we are in terms of where we are in our process. But as I reflected more on that particular part of it, I also want to acknowledge that California is a much larger state than most of these other states. We have a larger scale and much more diversity in our communities. And so and this is a big and, because of the guiding principles and because of the work that you have already provided as a foundation, wanting us to lead with our state programs, lead with our state work, and not have the federal government or the federal Perkins law driving us, we wanted to create the overarching state CTE plan, right? This is what we talked with all of you about. I don't know if Member Salazar was actually sitting in on one of those meetings. I think you may have, and so I apologize because you're kind of coming into some of this midstream. But we had talked about developing a broad CTE plan and using a very sort of minimalistic approach with what we submit to the federal government in terms of our contract with the federal government, and that it be responding to their prompts, but we don't need for them to approve our big vision and our initiatives here in California. We will obviously be mentioning some of that information because it's relevant to our application, but it's that application should not be driving our vision and our state programming. And so part of where we are is because last year we just discussed the 2 state initiatives in our first item this morning, the K-12 Strong Workforce Program, as well as the CTE Incentive Grant Program, were instituted as ongoing programs last year. We spent, staff from both the Chancellor's Office as well as the California Department of Education have spent much of this last year in setting that foundation. It's hard to do that as well as doing all of the work that we're trying to do for the federal application. So that is why we seemingly are behind. But we are where we are. We're a big state. We're a very diverse state. And we will get the job done. But I think by focusing on both this broad piece, but then saying now it's time for us to focus in on what we need to submit for our April 15th deadline for the federal application seems to make a lot of sense, and will alleviate some of the concerns that we're not going to get the whole thing done, and it's impossible to do all of it, just submit the entire thing and get it all done by April 15th. So this is one of the reasons why we're coming to you now. The draft plan that was provided to you for this meeting does not reflect this new thinking, because we just got back from DC on Friday. But we wanted to share this information and get some preliminary feedback from you if you have any at this time.
Well, I'll start by saying it's momentous to see all 3 of you in alignment that we need to take some time to separate out our Perkins application from the California State Plan, and that we're going to be more deliberative in the development of our overarching scheme. So thank you very much for all 5 of you traveling to the East Coast to have time to spend with each other as you sit next to each other today. You had to go to DC last week to actually have that same kind of conversation, but being away from all of the distractions that is here and home to us allowed you to really focus on the work that needs to be done and the tasks that need to be completed, and then reprioritize what absolutely essentially has to get done now and what can we spend a little bit more time on developing. So what will that look like for us as we begin to shift our focus and imagine that we would be separating out this incredible work of art into what is necessary versus what is ancillary, or maybe it was what is necessary versus what is ancillary, or but what will that look like in terms of revision to what we're thinking in terms of workload?
So in discussing the timeline, we will be pretty much following the same timeline up to April, where the federal application is due. And then we're extending that timeline to allow more time for the state plan. And also, once we do our alignment work, and also to be able to provide additional public comment to the state plan. And so you will see an extension of the timeline past April 30th.
And you have that in your timeline document. You can, there is at the end there that says extension beyond April 15th.
Yeah. The other thing is, I know that we were very intentional to try to do sort of both initially, because if you don't think about sort of this broader piece, it's harder to know where that federal application and that nestles into that. So we've been sort of toggling between the two, and I think at this point we're going to be having to be a little more intentional about that federal application in order to meet that deadline. But all the time, and I hope that you will constantly bring those questions back to us if you feel that somehow or another that might become to drive us. This is a very similar process to what the State Board of Education undertook in developing the ESSA state plan in relationship to our K-12 accountability system. And we were very intentional to try to make sure that what we provided to the federal government was consistent with what we were doing on the state level. So we're going to be toggling here a little bit, and we hope that you will keep us honest, if you will, in terms of that approach and making sure that we're not forgetting this broader vision by focusing on the federal application.
Let's see if there's any comments or questions, because I anticipate that there may be several of them directly related to this timeline. Member Salazar.
Well, I laud your commitment and ambition to want to go above and beyond what the federal government is requiring of us. I think it's sorely needed, and I think this is the moment in time to dig in deep into the work. My only hope is that there's a fourth team member, and that's the Workforce Development Boards, to the extent that they're serving disconnected youth and how we onboard them back into the system, and as we're developing career pathways for all student populations, that they're an integral part of this team as the state board also starts to reflect on what the next iteration of its state plan will be.
Yeah, and you know, that is a requirement of the Perkins application. We're required to do that. And we need to have much more intentionality around that. And it's not that, it just takes the time to do that. And members of the Workforce Development Board, such as yourself, have participated in our stakeholder input sessions. And I know that they are now convening a group to take a look at updating the unified WIOA state plan. So they have reached out to me, and I fully intend to participate in that, and I'm sure my colleagues will be as well. But I think that we need to be thinking a little bit more about how to do that for our state vision, and we'll just have to build that into our timeline. Thank you.
Are there additional stakeholder meetings that we're thinking of having on this timeline?
Yeah, Grande, we'll talk about that when we go through our presentation in the PowerPoint, so I'd like to hold off on that.
Certainly so. Member Rucker. That was my question. Oh. Well, then. All right.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I so appreciate you coming in and introducing this next section with this concept. I think we had talked a little bit about it in previous meetings, but then once we launched into this work, it ended up being conflated. So I appreciate the approach, and I think this is the right way to approach it, and it gives us a little bit more breathing room to do the big real plan that we want to follow. So to that point then, I'm sure that during the presentation, if we could just distill it to exactly what we need to do for Perkins specifically, I that greatly appreciate it, because I still don't know what is supposed to be Perkins and versus the state plan work.
So I think we're ready to get started. Page 1.
But that also means we're not going to, this current, just to be clear, this current draft is, we're not going to be going page by page in this current draft, right? So, yeah, because we're going to get an overview of what's required in Perkins, and then if
We'll
you
be
want
going
to.
chapter by chapter and talking
Okay,
what
okay.
and we will highlight what is required in
Okay, got it.
Perkins, because I'll start off by saying two things. One is the content is almost 90% done for both sides in some sense. So the question then becomes is how do we reorganize that to get the federal application and then move forward on the larger state plan of CTE. So that's essentially, so what we've done is have a tactical group that is completing the federal application, but we're also having a strategic group that is looking at the state plan of CT as we go forward. So we'll have more time to have internal discussions among our three agencies, and we'll come to you later or maybe in the spring of next year to actually give you an idea of how that state plan is going to unfold.
I do want to have, I would like to make a request before we delve in. We started this work 2 years ago, and the idea was we wanted to be thoughtful. We didn't want to rush. I don't feel that this has followed the ESSA state plan at all. It's been very different process because for ESSA state plan, we had LCFF. So we were looking at the priorities, making sure we were defining our state indicators, our local indicators, and there was a lot of stakeholder involvement from the beginning. With this, I feel that we ourselves have not always lived the system alignment principle that we established 2 years ago. And it's very, for me, it's apparent when we receive reading materials 2 days before a meeting, when we're getting things that are changing. It's like a map quiz in a new community that keeps rerouting a little bit. Though we're going to get there, it's rerouting too much. So I would appreciate that we have a process where we really are living our own principles, because I feel that there's been so many conversations that we thought 2 years ago we would be way ahead of it, because we started the conversation 2 years ago, and we started talking about principles and vision, and we were going to do it right because we had so much time. And yet here we are 2 years later, and I feel like the conversation's starting all over. We have principles, we have our vision, but it just seems like we are not far. And I get it. There's a lot of people and a lot of moving pieces, but we're not where we should be considering when the work started. So I would like to see us being a little bit more aligned, following our own principles of communicating, making sure that when we come, there is value to this conversation, that it's a policy conversation, not necessarily process alone, because we've already had that, or we should have been at a place where it shouldn't be a process conversation anymore. This should be a policy conversation. And for those of us that have to fly from Southern California to come, we want to make sure that there is value in the time that we're investing here. Thank you.
Rucker?
I would like to second the comments that were made by my colleague, Board Member Lincoln. Even for those of us who just drive from Lincoln, California, in Placer County to have this meeting, it's important for our time to be not only value added in this conversation, but that we continue to move forward and that we're not continuing to recycle the same comments again and again. So I appreciate the very coherent and articulate way that you express the frustration that I continue to feel on the process as well. So knowing that we're going to, 2 days ago when I got that draft plan, I read it. So I came here today with a number of questions concerning the draft that was put in front of us for today based on that. So hearing the changes that are being anticipated and how the architecture of the document will be reorganized is going to change perhaps the context of some of the questions I do have. So if you could give us an overview about how we're actually going to do the walkthrough on this document, because the meeting we had on Friday, September 13th, I knew it was Friday, September the 13th, but I didn't realize it was also a full moon. That may account for a lot of the frustration that I chose to vent on that particular Friday. So that I am not confused by exactly what is going to happen in today's walkthrough. If you could give us an overview about, as we go through the document, if you could explain to us about what are the common pieces in that chapter for the state plan and for the Perkins application, that would be helpful. And then the other thing I very clearly heard is that there's going to be some priority about what will be developed or really filled out or crafted in some particularity with regard to the priority of completing the Perkins plan that may be different from what is going to be required or additionally be considered for the build out of the state plan. If you could articulate those things, because I think that would help with the comment that Member Ting made concerning understanding what's required for Perkins and what's required for the state plan. I think that that would be helpful for us as well as we go forward through today.
And before you respond to that, I want to thank both Member Ortiz-Lincoln and Member Rucker for bringing out these issues that we have had, mentioning that we got started 2 years ago. I look at the elaborated timeline that extends out the work that we're doing, and I believe that it's responsive to the changes that we've seen not only in the composition up here, but also the composition within both of the entities, all three of the entities that are putting this together. And I'm excited to see where we're going to end up as a career education faculty member. I am particularly interested in Perkins funding and leveraging the state initiatives that we have undertaken with Strong Workforce and CTIG. And I can't wait to see where we end up. And I hope that this gives us more time to deliberate and add a lot of valuable feedback, much like we did at our last meeting. So I will turn it over to you, and let's walk through this.
Thank you, Chair Grande. So just to give you what the presentation overview would be is just we'll talk briefly about the shift from Perkins 4 to Perkins 5 and what has remained the same and what has changed. We'll then go through the project timeline for the federal application, particularly in what has been done and what is yet to be completed, and we'll talk about essentially how we can interact with you and get comments back from you regarding the federal application, and then we will go chapter by chapter in terms of the document that you have in front of you. But we will, given your earlier comments, we will also spend a considerable amount of time on the which is now appendix in which is a federal application. And after that, we will have a facilitated discussion that Heather Matson from West Ed will lead for us to answer your questions regarding each of these chapters. So what I will do is I will go through the timeline and talk about what is and highlight some of those within the timeline, what we've done and what we are going to do in this. Both in the short term as well as in the future, moving towards April 15th. We will then go through each of the chapters, and then we will have the facilitated discussion. So when you look at the shift from Perkins 4 to Perkins 5, when the plan was written, as Member Ortiz-Lincoln said that we started this 2 years ago, similarly they started that 2 years ago, and the economy that time looked pretty robust. And so when we submitted the plan in 2008, things changed and we moved into a very deep recession at that time. The second point to be made that while we did talk about a lot of the state CTE programs, much of the funding that came from for CTE was really the federal Perkins funds. There was some money for the let's say for the California Partnership Academies. There was the agricultural incentive grants, but it wasn't fiscally, it was a very tight situation for a couple of years of moving into the 2010 decade. And the difference now is we're in a skill shortage, and the focus is different with regard to not only the federal application, but also in terms of the state plan for CTE. So when we look at, we're still dealing with the two California issues, which is the skill shortages and low unemployment, but inequities in economic gains for low-skilled workers, traditionally overrepresented by persons of color. So the expectation is that both the federal application and the larger state plan of CT should address those issues, because not only does a federal legislation requires us to have a heightened focus on equity and access, so does our state have a requirement that we focus on equity and access. So you will see that particularly in Chapter 3, as we go through that, we have spent a considerable amount of time on equity and access in that. We have, as required by the law, we submit something, what is called a consolidated annual report that consists of a narrative. And then we report data. We've actually submitted the data every year, except in 2017-18, as we were shifting from what was an internal Perkins collection method to the larger CalPads, and that took time. So the placement measure was not submitted, and because we were in the last year of Perkins 4, the U.S. Department of Education told us we will address that issue when you address it in Perkins 5, and we're looking at that. One of the things I would say, as Vice Chair Sun talked about, is that if we're looking at trying to sort of get a more in-depth analysis of differences between Perkins 4 and Perkins 5, we would have to get a third-party evaluation of that process, because keep in mind that 85% of the money goes back to the field, and we would have to find out exactly, do some a survey, or actually have them respond as to how that has changed for them, how they intend to change as we move forward.
So will there be a point where we would be able to look at the Perkins 4 application and what we set out to do and the data that indicates whether or not we've accomplished any of those goals?
Well, that's why we would probably have to do a third-party evaluation, because all we do is just reporting. We have not done an analysis. And I would mention to you that California is not unique in that. This is true for all states. It's a reporting and accountability. It's usually that happens if there are some external grants out there that you can apply for, and then use that as a way to assess more in-depth what might be happening in CTE.
So it's reporting and accounting, but not necessarily accountability if we're not going to be held to the outcomes of our proposed plan?
Well, we are held to the outcomes. What we have to do, and which is different from Perkins 4 and Perkins 5. In Perkins 4, every year we had to negotiate with the U.S. Department of Education what our state targets would be for each of the measures, and then we would put that out to the field or to the recipients, and they would come back and say, yeah, in California they accept that and then move forward. In other states, what they do is some of the local recipients actually negotiate with the state, because they may feel they are a different position what the state is asking for, and so that's permissible. But it is a negotiation process. Under Perkins 5, we actually have to project out for 4 years for each of the indicators. So and that's one of the things that I've been doing. I spent last weekend actually doing that and trying to use prior data to get some measures for projections as we move forward. So that's a big difference. So we will put out there these projections and then essentially measure those targets against performance.
So that is a big change.
That is a big change from, and the other thing that we have to keep in mind is under previous iterations of Perkins, the concentrated definition was rather loose. In the Perkins law right now, the concentrated definition is quite specific. It says at least 2 courses in a program or a program of study. What we're using in California is the industry pathway. And I have been having conversations with those who work in CalPads, and we can actually do that. So we are having conversations of honing in on a concentrated definition. But one of the things, once we come up with the targets, and this has to be on both sides, not only on the CDE side, but also on the community college side. For us, we have 5 indicators. For the community colleges, there are 3 indicators. So it's a total of 8 indicators that we have to report. And once we do that, we have to then and you'll see in the timeline, have a conversation with the field about those targets and have the stakeholder group agree with those targets, and if there are any concerns they might have on those targets. And we are actually having that it'll be a virtual meeting, and we'll have that toward the end of this month.
Before moving forward, Member Rucker, did you have a comment or a question?
Well, let me begin by saying I actually find this is both a compelling and really exciting portion of the conversation you plan to have with us today. And one of the issues or one of the concerns I have, I want to make sure I understood what you said. We're sitting at a kind of a data cliff right now in the transition between Perkins 4 and Perkins 5, in that the targets that we currently have under the current Perkins plan, and I'm going to use this next phrase purposefully so that you can correct me, is there's a gap between the way the targets were set under Perkins 4 and how the targets have to be informed by particular kinds of data for the Perkins 5 plan. Is that correct?
Well, actually, it's the same data.
Okay.
The issue we had in California is the division actually had its own data system that collected the Perkins data separate. Because of the shift to CalPads, we're now trying to move over to CalPads and then trying to figure out how we can put that within the within.
That was the sentence. That was the part of the sentence that I missed. Okay.
So as I said before in the earlier presentation, that I am having conversation, as you know from the ESSA discussions, there are several divisions within CDE that are involved in this whole process of data collection, and I need to talk to all of them, and my staff has to talk to all of them to make sure that we're all on the same wavelength in terms. And I've had extensive conversations regarding the data. The good thing about the performance data is we don't have to report the performance data till a year from now.
Okay.
So we have time to actually do that. And actually, we made some good progress in the last month as to how we are going to work with the data.
Okay, and so then the second and last question I have on this point is on accountability, because I do hear you say, and I make a note of it each time you say it, the accountability and the work of this plan is very closely aligned to the requirements in ESSA. So accountability has a particular term of art as it relates to the Every Student Achieves Act. So the data accountability section in this plan are going to be closely aligned to the accountability requirements, or at least the way what is reported for accountability purposes. It'll be very closely aligned to what the state is already doing under ESSA. So this next comment I'm going to make is based on reading the draft plan that was sent to me 2 days ago. There are some differences in what's actually been developed or printed in that former draft that I know you're restructuring, that is a departure from some of the intent on accountability and some of the terms of art on accountability that exist in the ESSA state plan. So I would like to, so I'm not going to ask or point out those concerns today, knowing that you're revising that. But I would ask to that you make sure, because the state board's goal is to unify all of our work for school improvement and school change, particularly on the K-12 side of this equation, so that we are acting in a uniform and consistent way, that we are uniform and consistent with existing approved state plans. And so rather than go through the details of what I saw inconsistent in your draft, knowing that you're revising it, I will just leave that comment that way, particularly about the accountability pieces.
So as we move forward, I'll first talk about the project timeline in terms of till April 15th particularly. And those are the questions that you have in front of you in terms of the advice that we are seeking from you with regard to the timeline. And so, like, is the outreach to key informants on track? How would you like staff to inform you of updates, and what is missing that needs inclusion in this as we proceed forward towards the completion of the federal application? So the tasks that are being completed, as I said before, we're going to have an accountability conversation with stakeholders to be scheduled sometime in October or towards the end of the month. We are having conversations with secondary teachers. It's set for October 17th as a virtual meeting, 3 to 5. Right now, we have 43 teachers that have signed up through the webinar, and we are seeking the assistance of West Ed to help us frame that webinar so we can extract the most information from those teachers, as you had suggested, Member Rucker, before. Our intent is, as I said, most of the content has been developed in that document that you have in front of you. In fact, one of the things I would say, we actually have a later version of the one that you received. We did not want to confuse you with version control. And so we wanted to make sure that we are talking about the document that we shared with you and go through that. But over the last 2 weeks, we've actually worked with and included a lot more information, not only from the CDE side, but also from the community college side in all of those chapters, particularly in chapters 3 and 4, which are the main chapters, and we'll talk about how they relate to the state plan as we move forward. So our plan is to have that draft state plan completed on October 25th. The reason for this is we want to start working on to make sure that we meet all the 508 compliance and work through that so we can post it for you at the beginning of November for you to review. So that draft state plan will have everything in it except the public comments. So because the public comment comes after the draft state plan. We will also share a copy with the governor's office and also in January have an informational item for the state board and the board of governors. We will be receiving, so the next one we'll get public feedback from, and that public feedback, as you see out there, there's a list of events that staff are attending between now and January to talk about this draft state plan and also inform them about this new change or new approach that we are undertaking. So looking at those events, you can see that we're targeting a wide range of key informants in this process.
Oh, before you go further, Member Rawlings,
Thank you. I had a question that Krista and I here kind of sidebarred on, is the type of outreach, especially regionally, right? We know that in addition to different demographics and the economic inequality that's in certain demographics of folks, there's also regional disadvantages, right? And so we were wondering if in the work with West Ed and others, especially as you deal with the secondary teachers, that there be a deliberate outreach, intentional outreach, both for the Inland Empire areas, which are growing quite a bit and have a lot of CTE programs that are very impactful to their economy, as well as San Gabriel Valley, because each of those areas, I think, have a slightly different dynamic than other parts of the state. But we just want to make sure that we're getting feedback from those. It doesn't need to be necessarily focused on them, but certainly to include them in some of these groups.
So for example, the ACT conference that's taking place in Anaheim, and we have a preset. We have it's not connected to that conference, but we actually chose that to have a couple of days before to have one of these public outreach. And at the ACT conference, it is a conference for CTE teachers primarily, and we're expecting a lot of those teachers will be there and will be aware of this outreach, and we will hope they will attend, as well as administrators as well, because that ACT, it's a national conference, and having it in California may give teachers and administrators, particularly at the K-12 level, to come to that conference.
Then a follow-up on that is, especially when we're dealing with the accountability piece here, and as we get ready to roll this out, one of the things I'd like to see is getting trustees and school board members involved, because when we really want to take a look at how do we report out, how do we hold accountable, then also how do we build a deep commitment to the work that we're doing, it's going to take the board members at the LEAs to really help drive it. An example is I've talked with some education leaders out in the field, especially in San Gabriel Valley area, and they talked about how there's such a disconnect sometimes between LEAs on specifically this type of work. And I think if we really want to drive the collaboration between the systems, I think we're going to need to get those board members involved. So somewhere along in here, as we are developing this and getting some feedback, also making sure we're touching base with some of the school board members.
And I would add to that, that probably is where I think that greater outreach to those outside of CTE would come within the state plan of CTE, because that's really where we will talk more about the state programs where administrators and superintendents would be interested in that. I'm not saying they're not interested in Perkins, but that's really at their forefront, and the ability to sort of take what we do in the federal application and then broaden it out to include the state activity around CTE and making that outreach to those administrators. We will do that within the federal application too, and as you'll see from the next comment, and we'll find a way to get that information, because what we do have, the third thing is an online public feedback that we need to have on the plan, and it requires, the legislation requires it to be a minimum of 30 days. And so we actually are having 35 days for that, because it goes towards the end of December, and that's the holiday time. And West Ed is going to help us develop a link, will provide us a link and a public site for people to go and make comments on that. While we will, your comments are very critical to this whole enterprise. The legislation does require us to answer every comment that comes in from the public, and so we have to document that. So that's why we're using this public, the electronic process, so we have a way of documenting that information and then responding to that within the federal application. So once we get all of the information from the public feedback, from the online feedback, from you, from other key informants and stakeholders, we will put that information together with the help of West Ed, and that will also then include the public comments and present that information to you at the January meeting. And if you recall, the January meeting is towards the end of the month to give us some time to actually work through that process so we can give you the full draft plan for that. We will then, once we get back information from you, and then in March 2020, we will submit for formal approval to the State Board of Education and the Board of Governors. And then the legislation does require that approved federal application would then go to the governor's office, who has 30 days to review that, and then that will come back, and we have to submit the plan on April 15th. The one thing I would say, and this is something I would like you, as you respond to us before, is one of the things that we have to be cognizant about is that when we put the plan out in November for public comment, that essentially that is from the public's perception, it is the plan they're looking at. So we shouldn't be changing that from. So what we are thinking is maybe what we'll do is just put the federal application out. And so people will be reviewing the federal application rather than reviewing the whole state plan of CTE, because that isn't, that content will be included in the federal application. But just to make it easier for all of us, frankly, they would be just reviewing the federal application.
Member Salazar.
So I think I want to underscore what Member Rawlings mentioned earlier, and then just ask a question in terms of the thinking and whether or not this had been considered. So if I'm understanding correctly, we're developing a baseline we're submitting to the federal government that is largely compliance driven, and that we're building a foundation whereby we can build a much more ambitious plan. My concern with that is twofold. One, it does have to be coupled with a very strong communications plan, so the field is intimately aware that the base plan is not what we're aiming for. We're aiming for a more ambitious plan. However, given the timing of what it's going to take us to get to an ambitious plan, have we considered what is the transition that needs to occur if we're having the system in the interim aim at this, but within a year's time we're going to want to have them aim at this? How are we providing that scaffolding for the field to be able to get there? And so it's both a communications plan, it's an expectations plan, it's an accountability plan. And I just want to make sure that that's getting baked in from the onset so that no one feels caught off guard or blindsided, or you get pushback from the field saying, well, we were confused because we had this, but then we had this. So I just want to minimize the likelihood that we're making it challenging for the field to be able to aim where we're going.
So to respond to that, the legislation does require that we revisit the plan, a federal application, every 2 years. So as we develop this ambitious plan, when we go back to review the federal application, we will have a process, because what's different from Perkins 4 and Perkins 5, again, is in Perkins 4, if the state wanted to change its plan, all we had to do was pick up the phone and call the U.S. Department of Education. Now it's not. We have to call that same stakeholder group back and talk to them and essentially go through a similar process of making sure any change in the plan, and that also applies to the accountability as well. So anytime there is a difference in we change some of our targets, we have to do the same thing. The stakeholder involvement in Perkins V has ratcheted up pretty significantly, not only for the state, but also at the local level as well, because stakeholders have to be involved. The same set of stakeholders that are listed in the law have the local recipients have to look at that. So I agree with you, we have to do a communication, but we do have the opportunity. I said 2 years because of the time, but there is nothing in the legislation that says if, let's say, we did the plan and this ambitious plan was done in November of a year from now, we can go back to the federal government and say, here's what we've done, and submit an amended plan. So we could do that.
And I guess to some extent, I'm less concerned with the federal government because they're not really leading in many ways. However, I'm more concerned about what we're doing here in California and the expectations that we're building for the agencies we're working with the stakeholders who are intimately involved with the execution of this.
So as part of the state plan for CT, as you're recommending, one of the things that we have to consider early on is a communication strategy to go out with the change, as we develop the state plan.
And I would add to that, it's not just comms, it's the expectations for accountability and how that gets baked in from the onset.
So I just want to give a very brief overview of the stakeholder meetings that we've had in the two. We had a virtual meeting that we level set that meeting, and then we look at essentially the first stakeholder meeting was information that was obtained at a high level, and those are the 4 areas that we concentrated on: teacher preparation, dual enrollment, elements of a high-quality college and career pathway, equity, and access. We conducted some analysis, we identified themes, and we then reviewed the transition plan and looked at what we were going to do in terms of addressing some of those issues, and we brought those back to the second stakeholder meeting. And then we looked at equity and access separately, and we then looked at the role of business and industry. We also looked at it being student-centered, and we had detailed questions for them.
Were the same group of people in each of these stakeholder meetings? So it was one group brought together 3 times?
It was one group brought 3 times, but not all of them came to all of them. And we are actually doing some analysis to see that the law requires that there's representation from these 11 or 12 stakeholder groups, and we're doing some analysis to find out whether, in fact, all of them were represented for that. And you'll see on the next slide, in a slide that's coming up. So just to give you, we had some detailed questions on that. And in addition to that, we looked at a vision as well, and we had discussion about the vision of CT. We started with the vision that was in the Perkins IV plan, and we asked the stakeholders to respond to that, and work is being done on that as we speak by West End. We hope to get that information included in the draft plan.
Rucker.
So first of all, I do appreciate, and I really thank the staff for taking the time to ask these particular questions of the people who are participating in the stakeholder meetings. I also want to thank you and your staff for inviting me for the opportunity to sit and observe at the second stakeholder meeting that occurred last month. But there is a difference in the particularity of the statute about the composition of the people who would serve on the in these stakeholder groups and what your survey question actually asks. Your survey question actually asks about the primary perspective that the people who were participating in your stakeholder meetings have. The statute states with particularity that the people who serve on those stakeholder groups must be doing these things. And so while it's nice to know that there were 4 people who identified that they have a perspective as a secondary teacher or a perspective as a post-secondary teacher in that work group, the fact is the list of the people in your work group only identifies 1 teacher as defined in the statute. So I think it's important to state that the purpose of why you have added additional stakeholder input sessions is to address the concern that there is no true balance in the stakeholder work group as required or prescribed in the statute. So while these 2 slides on the bottom of page 8 and the top of page 9 give some documentation about the perspectives that the participants believe they represent, that is not what was required by the statute.
I think we could go back to this and actually ask the question that you're asking, and then give us that in fact, is this what they're doing in some sense? And we could.
Well, you don't need to ask that question. You already have that identified in the list of who the stakeholders are in one of the appendices that's in the draft. You've already identified that. So it's a waste of time to go back and ask them, what are you doing? You've already done that with the list that you provided to the public in the appendice identifying who these stakeholders are. And, I went through that list on September 13th with particularity and identified the titles of all of those folks. Only 1 person is specifically identified as a teacher, as prescribed and stated with particularity in the statute. So I'm going to say again, you composed a stakeholder group and you identified the people in that stakeholder group as required in the statute. What I am saying is that the slides that you have provided here at the bottom of page 8 and the top of page 9 are very different than what is prescribed in the statute. So if you intend to report this as part of information about the stakeholder group, this is not what is asked for in the statute.
We'll take that into consideration as we include that in talking about the stakeholder meetings.
As we go forward, if we find that we are convening a particular stakeholder meeting and that we don't have a pretty good distribution the way that we would like it to be, is there a way that we would be able to reach out to whatever missing population that we would like to really target and potentially schedule a meeting that would have more of that composition? Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility, but keep in mind that after November 8th, we want to make sure that we have everything in that plan. And so the time is always of the essence here in terms of, and that's why we came up with this different approach as we were talking about that.
Well, then what concerns me is you've stated that 2 years down the road, there's an opportunity to revisit the plan and to revise it and to update it. But you were also very clear that the statute requires you to convene the same stakeholder group that you already have in place. I want to remind you there's over 80 people listed in your appendix of the people who are the composition of that stakeholder group. It means going forward after this plan has been presented and reviewed and vetted and approved, that going forward, any update or transitions or changes that are made to the plan will convene this group of 84 folks that has 1 classroom teacher on it. So the transition plan or the update or revisions to the plan, there will not be an opportunity going forward to make sure that there is more balance on that stakeholder group, because your current stakeholder group isn't balanced anyway. So again, I'm going to make the point, getting a survey of your participants about what they feel their perspective is not what the statute called for. And so I don't know how you're going to fix that, because the mistake is already baked in the cake. So we have to look at something else going forward. If there's going to be a plan down the road to deepen or develop this plan, there's going to have to be some other work done down the road to change the composition of that stakeholder work group.
Member Rucker, I would say that what I was referring to, maybe I wasn't as clear, I was referring to the stakeholder types. And one of the things we can, it's not the same group, it's really the types, and we can overemphasize your having teachers, but because I think once we have the federal application or the Perkins plan in place, really what we want input from is those that are actually implementing the plan. And while we will be talking to the administrators and the policy folks, it's really they that would come back to us and say, this is working, this isn't working. So we will emphasize and get more of essentially those that are doing the work in that next round of stakeholder group, and overemphasize that, making sure we address all those types.
Okay, so I have to say I did not hear that explanation, what you just said, when you originally explained how the work could be done to update the plan. So if that is indeed something that can be done, I think that as we know that that's going to be the agreement going forward, I think that's fine.
Great, thank you. Lupita Alcala, Chief Deputy Superintendent. I just wanted to sort of emphasize and to reiterate that you're right. Based on what we had put out on the 80 folks, we had identified one as a teacher. Some claim to do multiple roles. We're not positive on which ones are actually practicing. So we went ahead and instituted a stakeholder group just for teachers, and we'll include that. Now, moving forward, this group that gets, as we reevaluate every 2 years, yes, we have to have a stakeholder group. It doesn't have to be constituted in the same, with the same people, but it does have to represent the same roles. So we will definitely look at that as we reconstitute that group when we reevaluate this, so that we don't make the same sort of mistakes.
Thank you for the additional clarification. Would it be possible going forward to end up with a distribution of members on the stakeholder groups that is more balanced, so that we would have an equal number of each of, I think you said 11 different categories, just as many parents as students, as many parents as teachers, as many teachers as administrators, so that we didn't end up hearing one voice overwhelmingly more powerful than another?
We will make sure that we do that and try our best, and we'll start the process early enough so we can get that information.
Very good, thank you. Member Salazar?
And this may be a more significant lift, so I'm going to caution that if it is, I understand. Also, as you're looking at prospective stakeholders, if they can also be demographically representative of the students we serve. If we truly are committed to equity, those voices have to be in the room. And so if there is that intentionality, we may move closer to achieving that.
Now I'm moving to the next phase, and this is where I'll call my colleague Russ Weichel up to talk about the different chapters. So if this is the advice we're seeking from you as we move forward in terms of, is viewing the plan in sections appropriate? We've talked about that before, so we know whether there's a change in approach, whether the plan has been framed correctly. Even though we are reviewing the federal application only, are we representing California in that federal application, and make sure that we include that element? There's a lot of information in chapters 1 to 5 in that. We will bring that into the federal application. Have the guiding principles been properly reflected in the plan? Chapter 3 actually breaks down the comments by those guiding principles and has information addressed specifically to each guiding principle and each of the elements of a college and career pathway. And does the content link up to the transition plan, or have you addressed everything that we said we would be addressing in the transition plan as we move forward, and what is missing and that needs inclusion in that?
But at this point, you would only like our responses to be limited to the federal application?
Yeah, Russ will quickly go through the chapters, but I think that's really now, given the change in approach. I mean, so Heather will facilitate a discussion over that entire document. Yes, but going back to your earlier comment to see where there's alignment between the federal application and the state plan, and what may be unique to the federal application that we may have to address going forward beyond sort of the limited plan to the more ambitious plan.
I just want to make sure that we use our time as effectively as possible in meeting the April 15th deadline that we clearly are committed to. Do you want us to limit our comments only to information that is related to the federal application, and then maybe if we have additional time, provide the feedback on the actual state plan?
That would be the efficient approach to take, because I think what will be out there for public comment will be the federal application, and so clearly we would like your comments on that before we post that for public comment.
Oh, good afternoon. It's afternoon now, so good afternoon, everyone.
It is
Russ
officially
Weichel.
12:01. It is
A
afternoon.
retired annuitant working at CDE on the state plan. I really am sorry I wasn't able to attend the meeting in Washington, D.C., but I was attending my 5th annual 10-year high school class reunion.
Oh, nice.
5th annual.
I like that.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. A bunch of old folks were there, a lot older than I am.
Before moving forward, Member Salazar, did you have a comment that you had?
And I apologize. As we're thinking about the elements that we're reviewing, I think, so one, it's yes, reviewing the state plan, but is it going to be clear to us the foundational elements that need to be in the state plan that build the foundation for the ambitious plan? Does that make sense? Yes, to the application, if that makes sense, so that these things are congruent. If not, we may find ourselves pivoting. So I just want to bake into the planning process that that's clear, we've signed off on it, that we've set the right pillars for the ambitious plan.
Yeah.
That's all. Sorry.
So you have to understand that it's a new approach. It was really talked about in Washington last week, so it's new to me. My presentation is really based on the former approach, and the slides are really set that way. But what I'm going to make an attempt to do is try to tie that all together for you with this new idea, and try to give you some idea on where that might fit within the realm of just submitting a Perkins plan. All right. So as we currently stand right now, the document was in 2 sections. The old state plan, or the former state plan, Perkins IV was part of the total state plan. It was only one chapter in that plan. It was chapter 4. Chapter 4 of that plan was the Perkins application. So this time we originally took the approach that we wanted to really develop a state plan that was obvious that it was a state plan, because I think there was a little bit of confusion. Some people thought that the old state plan was only focused on Perkins. That's not true. It's not the way it was designed to be. But there was that misconception out there, I think. And so to separate that, originally we started out with Perkins just being an appendices to our state plan. And then as that section grew a little bit, we decided, you know what, that doesn't make sense that it would be an appendices. So we sectioned it off. So we have section A and B, and that really does fit in very nicely with this new approach, because we section off our state plan in section A, and we do section B. We're able to submit section B to the feds to meet that timeline in April. So I think that new approach does pretty well. I think the unfortunate part of that is that there'll be quite a bit of redundancy in section A versus section B. And then accordingly, it'll make the plan somewhat longer as well. But and we are also separating out, each section will have its own appendices. So that's kind of the new approach. So I want to walk you through the way the plan is constructed right now, because that's the document you're seeing. And frankly, I have not done a lot of work on the Perkins plan part of it. If I was to have you turn to that Perkins plan right now, you'd tell me, Russ, you just submitted to me the transition plan all over again. That's probably true. There's been very, very little work in that section because I was approaching this from a different direction, okay? But I want to walk you through the direction we were going and try to indicate where that might fit into the Perkins plan, if I can.
May I just add to that? I mean, while there's not much information in the Perkins plan, there's a lot of information in the chapters that we can bring into that Perkins plan. So the content is there, it's just in a different place. So that's really what we should emphasize here, is that that's the way we wrote this, because we were, but there is, so the prompt, there's a prompt, let's say on vision, for example, in the Perkins plan. We can bring the information from the vision in the chapters into that, or have a more streamlined approach to that.
So you're doing my presentation.
Member Rucker.
Member Rucker. Or I shouldn't, oops, sorry, that's not my job.
Oh.
Question. Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, as a student, I used to drive my teachers crazy because I always read ahead. And then when they would pause in the middle of the lesson, ask, do you have any questions? My questions was always about something I read ahead on. So I want to make sure I understand how we're going to proceed.
Okay.
So we have specifically been asked to keep our comments narrowly focused on the content of the federal Perkins plan. That's part B of the plan draft that's in front of us today. And then, Russ, what I think I heard you say was that the slideshow you have in front of us, there's going to be a great deal of particular detail on part A, which is not the part you want us to really focus on and give comment on. So Dr. Kodamraju has given us some questions to help guide the way that we respond or give feedback on the federal plan. So I need to give you a couple of questions to help guide us. Right. As we go through these chapters, I think it would be helpful for me to identify, say, for example, in chapter 1, the content that overlaps with what will be crafted in to part B, and what it is you want us to think about or to ask you questions about that are currently not in part B of the plan. Does that make sense? And I hope that is okay to ask that way.
That's exactly what I'm going to attempt to do.
Okay, that's because
I won't make any promises, but that's exactly the way I want to.
Yeah, so I'm looking at, because I read ahead and I'm looking at the slides for part B.
Yeah.
They're not quite as detailed as the slide is for part A.
That's correct.
So I can give lots of comments on nothing, but I'm not really sure how helpful that will be.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
So I'm going to attempt to do that. So
Russ, before you get started, just one question, because I want to make sure that we are using our time as efficiently as possible. As you pointed out, it's afternoon now, and I want to make sure that everyone here understands where we're going. About how much time do you think you would normally take to do the overview of the sections, imagining that we have 0 questions, just to do an overview of the sections, before you would hand it off to Heather, who is going to facilitate the discussion on the chapters?
So I could probably do that in less than a half hour if there's no questions, but
because you're only providing an overview or a structure.
Yeah, just a structure. Basically, that was the idea, is I would give you the layout, the structure of it, and not quite get into the content. But what I do want to show you is how that structure might change with this new approach, right? And try to indicate what content's going to be moved. Because as Pradeep mentioned, the content is there. We just need to place it in the right part of the document, I think, okay? Yeah. And the other thing I will say is that, you know, when they send this plan to you, I don't stop working on it. So I have a newer version that has a lot more content in it. So it's different. Not different, but more content.
Thank you for that response.
But it's laid out the same.
So let me ask those of us up here, how do we feel about taking a break before Russ gets started on this?
My only request, Russ, as we go into it, and again, I'm a very linear thinker, so I'm going to acknowledge that from the front end. We have two plans that we anticipate coming out of this process, the state plan and the ambitious plan. I'm going to call it that. As we go through it, if you can help us compartmentalize what's state plan and what is ambitious plan, and maybe we can just use that nomenclature so that it's clear to us from the onset what's going in which bucket. Does that make, well,
right. Could we use federal plan versus ambitious plan?
Oh, absolutely. You can use whatever, just so we're all clear on what we mean.
So you can clearly see we're all in agreement. Okay, so let's make sure we're all in agreement. We're going to talk about the Perkins application and the state plan, and we're all in agreement that you want a break.
Okay. Well,
yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. So, here, because you can tell they're getting punchy and they need their Snicker bars, let's take a 15-minute break. It brings us back together about 12:30, and then we will work through our lunch with Russ being so kind to walk us through the state plan and the Perkins application. Is that okay?
I'll make an attempt at that, yeah.
Very good. Then we will hold in recess until 12:30.
All right, thank you.
It is 12:30, so we could reconvene, but I see that Russ, who would be on at 12:30, has his hands full. So let's take, are you sure? How about if we make a deal? We won't ask you any questions. You'll walk us through the architecture of the plan that we see, and then we'll save all the questions until Heather can facilitate it.
That sounds like a plan to me.
That means we all eat. Our mouth will be full, so there will be no opportunity to ask questions while you give us the architecture of what it is that we see in this particular document. Would that be acceptable to all members up here? Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Russ?
Great. So once again, Russ Weichel, retired annuitant, working with this project to develop state plan. So as you can see on this slide, Chapter 1 we call CTE in California, but basically that chapter describes what currently exists in CTE, right? It doesn't look at the future, looks maybe a little bit at the past, but pretty current to what currently exists in California. Chapter 2 puts CTE in context, and it puts it in an economic context. So there's data in there about poverty levels and the populations who are experience that poverty level. It's an educational context, so it looks at the demographics in our school systems in California, the numbers of students and the subgroups of our students. So it really tries to frame the rest of the document and say, look, this is our population, this is our their economic status, this is a job outlook for the future of California, because we go into also the workforce kind of context, putting it in that context, to get to Chapter 3, because Chapter 3, what I believe Chapter 3 is really the meat of the plan. Chapter 3 really defines a high quality system, and I've tried to frame Chapter 3 around your guiding policy principles and those essential elements. That's the way I structured it. I mean, if that's the lens we're looking through, let's structure the future of career technical education through that lens. So I really try to do that and frame it that way. Chapter 4 we call Implementing High Quality CTE Pathways. The idea behind that chapter is really to give, to set policy requirements of agencies that are utilizing CTE funds, like they have to have a high quality program, led by properly credentialed teachers. So it goes into a lot of those things. It talks about aligning their curriculum with model curriculum standards. So those kind of issues are discussed in that. And then in Chapter 5, we go into the accountability section that we're calling continuous quality improvement. And then there's some appendices to go with it. So that's the way the plan is currently laid out. But let me give you a little bit clearer idea of what's captured in each chapter. So in Chapter 1, we look at state level administrative responsibility. So I really talk about, that we have two different state agencies doing this work. They work collaboratively, also Workforce Development Board. So I really kind of try to lay the picture for how the state is structured for career technical education. And then I separate it out. Okay, this is what our K-12 delivery system looks like. This is what the community college system looks like. And then I pulled out adult education as a separate delivery system, even though adult education is delivered partially by CDE and partially through community college. I really separated it out as kind of a separate educational delivery system. And then we look at workforce development and business and community partners. And then I give a little bit of information there on CTE enrollments, both at the secondary and post-secondary level, and at the adult school levels and through ROPs as well, and a little bit of information on our special populations. Since this is current information in Chapter 1, as we take on this new approach, I would see a minimal amount coming from this chapter and going into the Perkins plan, only because, like I said, this describes basically our current structure. So those things that are going to change won't be included in the Perkins plan because that's a future look. But those things that stay the same, if CDE still exists, we don't plan to go away, I'll describe how we do that within our system, right? So those kind of things. So I think a minimal amount will move. So like I said, Chapter 2 really goes into the context or framing a context for career technical education. And you can see the items. It really goes over demographic, economic context, educational context, policy context. So I do talk about some current CT initiatives. There's a whole lot of data in there, economic data, educational data, things like that. I don't see a whole lot of that moving over to the Perkins plan, although some of it might, simply because if I have to respond to one of the questions that the federal government is asking with some data, I have to pull it from Chapter 2. So some of that will go over. I don't anticipate a lot. I think the next chapter, like I said, is really the visionary part of that document, the way it's framed. I would anticipate that a lot of this information is going from Chapter 3 will move over to the Perkins plan, simply because if you look at the template, and I should remind the board that the template we use for the state plan is the exact same template that we use for the transition plan. So you remember how the federal government asked a question, we did a response. There were some questions in there that way we responded that said, well, this is what's currently happening. We're going to work with our stakeholders over the next year to develop what the future looks like. So I'll be grabbing some things out of Chapter 3 to further enhance those responses in those sections. And then there were some questions in that document the feds did not require us to answer in the transitional plan. Most of those happen to fall in the accountability section. So those questions will have to be answered in the Perkins plan. They weren't in the transition plan. So Chapter 3 really frames the future of career technical education in California, and that's where you see the vision statement. That's where a lot of the input from stakeholders groups will be put into place. This is where we have the guiding principles and our essential elements. And the way I divided each essential element is I give a brief description of what it means by that element. And then I talk about the relevance and significance of why the advisory committee chose that element. So put some context to it, I guess. And then I list some key activities and initiatives that really are currently happening because we may not know what's happening in the future with certain initiatives, but I can talk about current initiatives that are funded currently and still happening currently that align with that particular element. And then I think the most important part of the document really goes into what are the needed actions for change. So there's certain things that have to happen if we're going to see this vision truly come to life and be implemented. And so what are those? And I think that's really where we need a lot of help from outside stakeholders, right? Sometimes they know in a lot more detail what really needs to happen if they're going to make significant and meaningful change. And so that's a bulleted list of those changes. I think, when you talk to Washington, D.C., they tell you to, in your new Perkins V plan, to be bold. I think that those needed actions for change are really our bold statements for change, right? We could rename them that, but currently they're needed actions for change. And then at the end of Chapter 3, there's a very short couple of paragraph summary right now, which could be expanded later. But like I said, I think a lot of what we see in Chapter 3, since that's a visionary portion, has to be moved over to the Perkins plan. Chapter 4 really established some state policies for sustaining and administering high-quality career technical education programs. It helps to clarify a lot of the state's position on a lot of issues out there when it comes to developing high-quality career pathways. And it helps, I think, to more clearly define what we mean by a career pathway or a CTE program or a program of study. And it includes a list of components of high-quality career pathways. So this has a state focus on Chapter 4. It's really how the state approaches career technical education. And because of that, I see probably not a lot of that going into the Perkins plan. So right now, what we're looking at is Chapter 1, right? Quite a bit. Not so much in Chapter 2, moving over. A lot in Chapter 3, moving over. Probably not much at all from Chapter 4. And then Chapter 5 really talks about continuous quality improvement. And this is where we get into accountability. We look at secondary, we have a framework for secondary continuous quality improvement, secondary transitioning from high school to college, anytime you transition from college to work, those kind of transitions that happen throughout life. And then also a community college quality framework and adult school as well, and really moving from just accountability to more of a continuous improvement cycle, right? Because continuous improvement is not a straight line. It's a never-ending cycle that we go through to do that, and Chapter 5 explains that. We have to move some of that over. I think we'll have to have discussions on how much of that moves over into the plan, because Perkins has its own accountability portion, right? And those local agencies out there who receive Perkins funds have to meet the Perkins accountability requirement. Well, first of all, anybody who's getting CTE money in the state has to meet our state requirements of accountability, whatever those happen to be, right? But if you're getting Perkins, you have additional accountability measures. They may or may not be the same. Okay? Sometimes they are, sometimes they are not. But if they're getting Perkins money, they also have to meet those. So I think some of what we're discussing in Chapter 5, we may wish to share with the federal government. Some of what we discuss in Chapter 5, we may not, because that may be very specific to California, and we don't want the feds coming behind our back and say, but you said in your plan that you're going to hold agencies accountable for this. No, we're meeting your requirements for accountability, and the rest of it is on our plan. So then we go into some appendices, and here we have developed a glossary. We're adding a list of commonly used acronyms, because that seems to throw a lot of people off. They'll find a duplication of the guiding policy principles and elements there. A list of stakeholders, you've seen that list. It's not yet complete, but we add to that as we meet with people. And then dates of this group. We'll will be added there, and any other pertinent information will be thrown into that section. So that ends Section A, and that can really be thought of now as the state plan. So we move into Section B, and Section B is really, some people refer to it as an application. I think it's more than just an application, because you're not, it's not a fill-in-the-blank kind of an application. It's text-heavy, right? It's a lot of verbiage that you have to throw in there. And I think we'll see quite a bit of duplication, particularly, like I said, from Chapter 3. So what you read in Section A, you may see again, maybe laid out a little differently, because we're responding to questions. So some of that information may be split from one question to another, depending on how the feds ask that question. But the content a lot of that content will move over. So that section is really divided into 3 sections. And that is, there's a narrative section, and that's where we respond to questions that the feds are asking us. And then the rest of them are basically 2 kinds of forms. One's a budget form. Say, okay, for this year, how'd you split the money? Where did it go? How much for admin, how much for leadership, local assistance, where did that money go? And then there's some required accountability forms that Pradeep alluded to earlier, where we have those 5 elements of accountability for secondary side and the 3 elements of accountability on the post-secondary side. And where Perkins aligns with ESSA is really in the accountability portion of it, is really that we use the same measure for academic attainment in Perkins as we use in ESSA. We use the same definition for high school graduation in Perkins as is used in ESSA. So that's where those alignments happen. And then there's some accountability measures that aren't included in ESSA, right? It's where do the students go after high school graduation? Do they get a job? Those kind of things. And I should say that data that we submit also has to be disaggregated by the same subgroups listed in ESSA, right? So ESSA requires us to report data in certain subgroups. Perkins took that on and said we have to disaggregate that data in the same way. So now Section B gets into this whole federal app, really is the application. And this is the part that we want to ensure that we get done by April 15th, because California receives a little bit over $127 million in Perkins, and we want to ensure that we get those funds to share across our state. And so Section B is the most important part, we believe, at this time. And so they have framed it in some sections. And it really goes into these things that are listed there in the bullets. They want to know how the plan is developed, who you consulted with to do the plan. Some of that right now we see in Chapter 3, so we have to move that over. What's the state vision for education and workforce development? So we'll not only move the vision over, but I would say that we should probably move our guiding policy principles over too, really. That kind of sets the whole stage for our vision, so we need to do that. They want some kind of a description about CTE programs in our state. We call them career pathways. Feds refer to them as programs of study, how those are implemented in our state. So again, a lot of information out of Chapter 3. How are we meeting the needs of special population students? We need to address that from the feds. And how do we prepare teachers and faculty to become CTE teachers? And then it goes into the fiscal responsibility, and there's a little bit in there about, how do you divide the funds? And I know I talked at an earlier meeting fiscally that Perkins requires the post-secondary funds to be distributed to local agency based on Pell Grant recipients. And we stated that a long time ago. We submitted a waiver to the feds and said, that doesn't really create a fair distribution of those funds for us in California, because most adult agencies don't use Pell Grants or have Pell Grant recipients. And even on the community college side, if you divided the funds only by Pell Grant, you would have a disproportional distribution of those funds. And so we had applied to the feds for a waiver that allows us to distribute those funds based totally on economically disadvantagement. And so a similar kind of a calculation, Pell Grant versus economic disadvantage, but when we define economic disadvantage, we have several items that if a person reaches one of these or hits one of those points, they're defined as economically disadvantaged, and we calculate them in the distribution count, okay? So it gets a little complicated there, but we explain that within the fiscal responsibility section. And then they have an explanation of how we're doing accountability, and then the budget again. And then, as Pradeep said, the state-determined performance levels is really just a form that we fill out showing what our targets are. And then we have our own, Section B has its own appendices, and this is where we list the stakeholder group. We list all the public hearing dates because we have to show the feds that we had the public hearings and where they were located. And also remember that in the federal document that we have to go out for a public comment period of time. When we get the plan to where we think it's fairly well baked, we put it out for public comment. And we're actually holding some hearings around the state to receive public comments. We're also, I think West Ed's working with us on a website to receive public comment, but it could come even through an email. And what we have to do, and this does take a little bit of time after the public comment period, is we're required by federal law to respond to those public comments within the document that we submit to the feds. And so we try to segment those comments out into group. We try to group them. So if somebody's talking about accountability, there'd be a group of questions on accountability, and then our responses. Our response could be, we heard you, and we've added that to page 79 in this section, right? It could be, we heard you, but that's really contrary to what the feds require under Perkins, so we can't put that into our plan. You know what I mean? So there's those kind of responses that will have to happen. And that's included, we put that in the appendices. And then the federal government requires certifications, assurances against debarment, lobby, and all that. That's a form that we sign off on. That's part of the appendices, so all those assurances and so forth. And then last time, and I think it's probably a good idea, because if it's included in the plan and the feds approve the plan, they kind of also approve our waiver. So we put the waiver in the appendices. And that's the waiver that I just described that gives us an alternative distribution formula for those post-secondary funds. All right? So we put that in the appendices as well. And that's my presentation. And I bet it's under a half hour.
It has been.
Yeah.
You were at 21 minutes. That's 9 minutes for us to ask
All
you
right.
questions.
Yeah.
You think
Yeah.
so?
If I use my whole time, there won't be time for questions, right?
Okay.
So do you have any questions about how that, with the new approach, it's not well baked in my head exact. I'd like to be able to tell you, I'm taking this paragraph and moving it over here, all right? But I can't do that right now. I really need to sit down with the Perkins part of it, look at the question the feds are asking, and search for that in the content that I already have. It may require me to develop some new content. I'm not so sure it will. Because, like I said, I've worked on the state plan since the version you have. I would say the newer version that I have, chapters 1 and 2, there's not much change there. Chapter 3 has had extensive edits. It's because it wasn't fully baked the last time. There's a lot more there in chapter 3 and chapter 4 as well. And then I don't think you had a chapter 5 at all. So there's a little bit in accountability. So questions?
All right, we'll come around the shoehorn, or what would this be? Horseshoe. There we go.
So Heather's going to come up to be my emotional support.
Okay. Welcome, Heather, emotional support.
Thank you. That's a new category for me.
Does
Hello,
that
everyone.
mean you get to fly free as a companion?
I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I might need a little vest.
Yeah.
But,
We'll start with Member Salazar.
So Russ, maybe, and I'm going to acknowledge that maybe this is just my lack of understanding. As you look at Perkins 4 to Perkins 5 in terms of what we intend to do, what do you see as some of the fundamental structural changes to the plan?
Oh.
Like, what are we, like, if you were to try to identify the top 3, 4, 5 things.
Since I'm not the
that-
boss anymore,
okay,
I'll let
that
Brittany
we-
address it.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense. So there are 3 areas in which Perkins 4 differs from Perkins 5.
I guess and I want to get us kind of out of a compliance mindset. Because I know what the feds are. I understand the legislation, the variation between 4 and 5 as it relates to what the feds are. I'm asking more of if my hope would be, and I guess maybe this is worth articulating, as we strive for a more ambitious plan, my hope will be that within that plan there are some cultural structural changes to how we work that need to be embedded. So I guess my question to you is, and again, maybe this is to be answered, and that's
Yes.
totally fine, but for us to start thinking that way.
There's several there, but I'll name 3. One is system alignment between the secondary side and post-secondary and also adult. And that's one set of system alignment. The other one is the larger workforce development system. So that's one. Second has to do with the data and accountability to make sure that our state requirements align in some sense with the federal requirements, that we're not doing duplication, particularly making sure we lower the burden on our recipients, whatever, whether it's state funding or federal funding. The third piece, I would say, is to looking at the new elements that not only in the federal application, but things like work-based learning, dual enrollment. How do we connect and how do you make the transition from secondary to post-secondary and post-secondary to workforce more smooth and manage that swirl that now is very common within the economy these days.
Rucker?
Well, Russ, first of all, I do want to thank you for the overview that you gave, because it did help to give me some context about the way to approach asking some questions when Michelle comes up to facilitate the questions section. I do want to ask you with some particularity about what will go into the Perkins plan on, if from your overview, you talked about from chapter 2, the context for CTE in California. And I want to make sure I understand. You said that you actually see where there's very little from this chapter that would actually go into the Perkins plan. Let me tell you why I'm a little concerned about that. Since the Perkins 4 plan was approved, the context for education in California, both on the K-12 side and the community college side, has changed. One particular example is what happened under the Brown administration with the shift in the primary responsibility for the delivery of adult education programs. And so that particular policy change really needs to be considered and reflected in the Perkins plan, because that requires a particular level of collaboration that is different now under Perkins 5 than would be under Perkins 4. So I think that's a context that needs to be considered in a significant way. A second example would be the changes that California has made for K-12 accountability to meet the existence for the Every Student Succeeds Act. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because one of the things that the state tried to do in a very purposeful way was to create alignment among all of the types of funding and planning activities that schools need to do. I'm concerned that that we may be creating a plan that exists in as a separate entity, separate and distinct from the work that either the K-12 system or the community colleges are doing for their overall system plans. So I think that there also needs to be some consideration about what the connection or linkage is, for example, in this Perkins V plan to the local control and accountability plan.
Right.
Because those students who are in those voc ed programs and K-12 programs are students that are also written about in the LCAP. So where are the linkages? How is that policy context going to be explained and going to be made relevant in the Perkins V plan? I think that's a significant consideration to look at.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think even now with the transition plan, I tried to explain some of that policy context. And I guess when I refer to stuff moving from Chapter 2 over, Chapter 2 is pretty data heavy. And I don't see, I see more text from Chapter 2 going over as descriptors of what's going on, particularly around policy context. But I'm not so sure that we'll move a lot of data. But as we answer those questions, we'll look at that, and we may indeed move a lot more over.
Well, I would ask you to be beyond one-dimensional in looking at our data, particularly since the data dashboard that this state uses to inform the priorities that districts identify in their LCAP, that data dashboard gives a lot of information for prioritizing who our state's special populations are, particularly when we look at data related to college and the CCI as an indicator, the graduation rate indicator, as well as the differences in performances statewide in the English language arts and mathematics. For a lot of students, that informs, as they get into high school, some of the decisions they will make on their post-secondary choices, as well as the types of programs that many high schools will decide to offer. And it will inform how high schools create access for the students that we're supposed to be targeting. So I think that there's more than just the data. That was the question.
Right.
That was the point I made earlier today, that I'm concerned that there's some differences in what is written in our plan concerning the accountability system, as well as access and equity, that is different from what we have already written and approved in our other statewide plan. So I think we need to be not only more purposeful, but I think we need to be beyond that single dimension of looking narrowly at CTE and looking at the statewide system that all of these students are coming through. So we need to look at our statewide system as the pipeline to CTE, not CTE as a separate and distinct subset of students. We need to see these students as coming out of that pipeline, and the pipeline itself is being informed by that larger system. And I think that needs to be articulated in the plan.
Vice Chair Sun.
Thank you. So just piggyback on what my fellow board members or members have said, committee members have said. I appreciate what Director Court-Maju just talked about. What is different, between Perkins 4 and 5? I would push even a little bit further, and this is where the policy lens, I think, in kind of giving you an idea of policy-wise, I agree. System alignment absolutely is kind of a new mindset, new way of looking at things. I think on the accountability end, it's not just about accountability alignment with what's currently on, but it's accountability to equity and access. So our accountability and collection of data, all that is to an end of ensuring that more of our students in those special populations have access to that. And the last, to higher ed. And I think the last piece of this is we are looking at a college and career. And to the point of, no, it's not CTE is just kind of this little off program, but it's college and career. And the state board has made a very strong put a stake in the ground that we are talking about college and career. So we're not looking at career pathway, those pathways that are out there, but that they are part of the bigger picture. And so, so I would say these are kind of the big areas that we have taken a stance in our principles, and I think that's what should be emphasized as far as the vision for moving forward in California. Oh, and then I have just a more technical question. The section on the Perkins V that talks about preparation of teachers, is that going to be a conversation that happens with the CTC, or how does that work?
Well, they're having conversations now with CTC,
Okay.
And they have been for a while, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So Michelle could speak to that if you'd like, but they are having those kind of.
Okay, I was just kind of curious how that. Okay, thanks.
And then we'll come over on this side. Anything, Kristen? Member Rollins? Member Ortiz-Lincoln? All right. Ms. Salazar?
It's more of a context setting, and I think it was mentioned earlier around when we transitioned from 4 to 5, where we shifted from a recession to a workforce shortage challenge. I would also encourage us to think about, as we start to set this ambitious state plan, how do we recession-proof from the onset so that we're aiming towards the future and aligning those stars. That's all.
So I don't know from here how you want to respond to the content in here, but my feeling is we value your input into this document, knowing that much of this content has to move over to the Perkins part. You're not wasting your time commenting on chapters 1, 2, or what you see of chapter 3 at all. And even when we finally finish the full state plan, we need your input on that information that's there. So, please don't think that today is not valuable for you, because we value that input, and I think it's important that we hear it now and we can start making those changes now, right? And then that helps me, I think, to understand more clearly what we need to move over and what we don't. So Heather Matson's here from West Ed, and she's going to kind of lead that discussion, I think. And then Pradeep or somebody else can answer all the questions.
Well, before you exit stage left and leave it in Heather's capable hands, thank you, Russ, for all the work that you have done up to this point to get the plan where it is in front of us now. And when you mention repeatedly will be moved over, I'm hoping you actually mean copied over so that we don't lose it from our state plan. It just copies over and is duplicated on our federal application.
That's exactly what will happen.
Yes.
May I make a recommendation? Would it be conceivable for the November meeting to request a draft of the application, hopefully in full, complete, or to the extent that it's available, and an outline of the state plan, at least just the bare bones of kind of the high level thinking and understanding that it may go through several iterations, but at least there's a clearly differentiated distinction between the two. And I think that'll help us inform our own thinking and reaction to the direction in which we're headed, and then being able to.
Yeah, somebody might correct me if I'm wrong, but I think with this new approach, the intent was to come back in November with the Perkins part, right? Not the whole state plan, but certainly we can include an outline of that, of the state plan part of it and how that fits in. I'll be a lot better prepared to tell you what moved over, and it is moving. It's copying and pasting. It's not cutting and pasting, so it is moving over, and there'll be a lot of duplication. But does that answer your question? I think we want to really focus on the Perkins part that's going to be due in April, in November, and we can certainly outline changes that were made to because the layout of the state plan may change a little bit because of that shift. I don't know yet, but if it does, we'll lay that out for you. Okay?
I want to make sure there's no other comments for Russ before Russ can go enjoy his lunch. He sacrificed it for us.
I'm not going home, though.
Yes, just going back so he can enjoy his lunch, because we all got to enjoy ours.
Yeah.
And turning it over into the capable hands of our moderator for this afternoon, Heather Matson from West Ed. And I'd like to remind all of the members up here, we have until 2:30 dedicated to this item. And I'm going to keep us real taut to that timeline because we do have members in the audience that will be leaving at the 3 o'clock end point to this, and I want to give public commentary the time that it's due. So, Heather, I will turn it over to your capable moderation skills, and let's go.
Great. Thanks, Chair Grande. Hello, everyone. I'm Heather Mattson. In the past, when I've come to facilitate conversations about the transition plan, I've been representing the California Comprehensive Center at West Ed, which was a federally funded technical assistance center. That contract, 7-year contract, just ended at the end of September, and we are now the Region 15 Comprehensive Center at West Ed, serving California, Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. So still here to serve California and adding 3 more states to our fold. So I'm happy to be here. I'm going to try and facilitate a conversation. I think we've heard pretty clearly from Russ that there's still a lot of content in what was shared with you a couple of days ago that has real relevance both for the Perkins application and for the state plan. So my plan is to still walk us through the chapters you received and get your feedback kind of subheading by subheading, and we'll see how that's going, and I'm completely open to feedback as we go. If there are really direct questions, I'll throw them to staff to answer. If they're just things for us to note, we'll make sure that we're taking note and move on from there. And Chair Grande and I had a conversation. As I've done in the past, I'm going to go ahead and call on members so she can more fully participate in the conversation. So I think it might be helpful if I go back to the slides that Russ shared just to sort of organize our thinking as we go. Okay, so chapter 1, the first section here was on state level administrative responsibility. I'm just going to check and see if there's any comments or questions on that subheading. Okay, yes, Member Rucker.
In the brief conversation I gave as feedback to Russ's overview on the state level administrative responsibility, I don't think it's clear about the relationship for responsibility with the K-12 system and adult ed. And I think because when we get to the funding piece of this and the budget piece of this, it's really important to make sure it's clear not only where the program responsibilities are, but that explains then, and it's directly linked to how the budget decision and the split was actually made. So I think that while the organizing charts give information about the flow of information among the K-12 districts, what it doesn't really make clear is where the actual program responsibilities for adult ed are and where that shift has actually occurred because of recent changes in those requirements. And the example I gave was particularly under the Brown administration, the primary program responsibility for adult ed shifted to the community colleges. This doesn't really lay that out very clearly because there are still adult ed programs in the K-12 system, but there has been a significant shift in the way that work actually occurs and the collaboration that's required to keep that going. So that doesn't make that clear in this section.
I was wondering if there could possibly be a way for us to show how we anticipate the linkage between K-12 and the community colleges, because we do a great job with laying out the organizational structure of the K-12 and a great job of the organizational structure of community colleges, but where is the link between them, and can we diagram where we anticipate that handoff happening? And maybe it happens to be 2 concentric circles that are overlapping so that we capture dual enrollment at the same time, but something to indicate that there is a design to our K-14 system.
I know I shouldn't leave.
Well, welcome back, Russ.
So I think absolutely correct. We need to do that. I think probably the best place for that is Chapter 3, because Chapter 3, remember, is the future, and Chapter 1 is kind of describing what currently exists. So I think what we need to do in Chapter 3 is be very bold and tighten that relationship up and describe how we're going to do that, right? But do that within the context of Chapter 3.
Forgive me, I almost wanted my Pollyanna to be current, that we currently have a system in place by which we have ultimate collaboration and handoffs in a pathway.
I don't think we're quite there yet, but yeah.
But the perfect group here, we have community college staff and CD staff here planning together so they can create that vision for Chapter 3. Any other comments on this, just as first? Yes, Member Salazar.
I would just build on that comment that to the extent, and again, in our state plan, we begin to articulate the intentionality and institutionalization of that relationship. I think that for me would be a criteria for an ambitious plan.
Great, thanks, and I see heads nodding. Moving on, and tell me too, members, if it's helpful to organize us going by subheading, or you'd rather me just open up to Chapter 1 comments in general. So we'll keep with the subheadings. Okay, the K-12 CT delivery structure. Any comments or questions about that? Member Rucker.
I think in this section, because I am aware that there have been some bills that the governor has signed concerning creating, broadening equity and access, particularly for incarcerated students. I think that the state's policy and priorities for improving access, particularly for incarcerated students, needs to be written into this.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I see agreement from Member Salazar. Other thoughts or comments on this? Okay, the community college CT structure.
I don't have that.
Page 14.
Oh, she skipped a whole section then.
Sorry, I'm going by the headers that were on the PowerPoint, but I could go by the plan if that's
No.
makes more sense. Okay.
I just led
And
her
I never
to-
know when the PowerPoint is showing when it's not, and I see it's not. So
We can see it in front of us.
Oh, okay.
On the third bullet point where it says the community college
Great.
CTE structure. So I was just letting everyone know that's page 14 down towards the bottom.
any thoughts on that? Yes, Member Ricker.
Okay, so there's a lot of mega terms and really flowery language that goes throughout this document. And so I would just like us to be really explicit in our choice of adjectives. It states in the very first sentence, CTE is responsive to the needs of new, traditional, incumbent, and transitional workers. The current data that we have been hearing so far in the conversations we've had in this panel do not support that assertion. So the word responsive is the concern. And so if what we're trying to say is we are aware that the complexion of our workforce, and I'm using the word complexion on purpose, has changed, if that's what this sentence is intended to say, then the sentence needs to say that we are, because we have adopted a policy of continuous improvement, and that we are continually looking at and evaluating our programs and evolving the access or creating better access of these programs for those targeted populations, because right now those programs are not responsive to those targeted populations. There's still an equity gap and still an economic gap in our state's workforce that these programs have not responded to at this point. If the intention of that statement is to be forward-leaning and forward-looking, then it needs to say it is our intent to ensure that these programs are responsive based on this particular data or these data points. The K-12 system has just now crafted an accountability system that forces districts and LEAs to look at who their lowest performing students are and to write their state plans that they submit for accountability based on what that data says. That's not the description of responsive that's written into this section of the plan.
Thoughts on this piece? Okay, and I know we've already had some comments, but we're going to the adult ed delivery structure. Oh, yes. Member Ortiz-Lacon.
I'm wondering if we left table 2, CT enrollment by student group, if that's empty, because missing information, because why? I think that would have given us a great sense of really trying to understand who are we not serving. So if 43% of the high school population is Latina, Latino, Latinx, it would be interesting to know what percent is CTE enrolled and by what industry sector, because I know that in Chicago, for instance, African American males are underrepresented in community college and in some of these pathways. And so it would be great for us to understand who are our students that may be underrepresented, considering their percentage of the total population, and just give us more. And I'm thinking for the ambitious plan. Versus the application. Is this the ambitious plan? We're here. All right. So
we're toggling back and forth to use Patricia's language. So I think, yes.
Yeah. But even for the application, I don't recall the template. If there may be something, because I'm assuming that we're going to have to set some goals, and some metrics. And so again, just having the full picture and all the data would be very helpful when we're reviewing these drafts.
Jeff Merzek from the community colleges for that. That data could be coming? Or?
So that's left blank because I didn't have the data at the time. And so we're trying to get that data. And then the intent is to do it exactly as you described, is to fill that table out. There should not be any blanks in that table.
Member Rawlings, did you also have a comment there? No, okay. Okay, the adult education delivery structure is the next subheading here. Member Rucker.
This is just more typo than a comment on the on the content itself, but on the first bullet in the middle section of page 20, where it says ABE in secondary education. Since I know ABE is supposed to be an acronym for adult basic education, it might be a good idea to say that first before you use the acronym, just to correct that.
Definitely, and I should have said at the outset, this plan obviously will be very fully proofed before it goes to the public. In the speed of trying to get things to you, you're not seeing a proofed version yet, but thanks for that comment. Member Salazar.
Sorry, this goes to the section right before and this is for the state plan as we think about it, some reconciliation around industry sectors and how that will be decided. The community colleges have their own methodology on how industry sectors are identified. K-12 has its 15. They're not necessarily aligned. So it would be helpful to understand how that gets reconciled at some point.
I had a second comment before you had moved over. I did want to say on the adult education system, what I really appreciate the explanation about the variety of settings that these particular courses and trainings are offered. I think it's also important to try to explain where they fit with the people who are in the pipeline who are taking these courses, because one of the things we do know is that the participation in programs like this changes or shifts with the economy, so that when the economy is in an economic downturn, we know that more people tend to seek this. So we've already heard and we already know, looking forward for the Perkins V plan, we already know that we have to try to figure out how to plan for and figure out how to what the unmet needs currently in this program are. So Russ, I'm going to ask this question carefully, because if the answer is no, and it's based on what Board Member Ortiz-Lacone talked about on the chart, to be forward thinking, I think we need to understand what we believe, what our workforce currently looks like, and what the actual workforce needs are, because that's the way we can actually write a proscriptive idea about what the adult education program and delivery system needs to look like and change under the Perkins V plan. So there's no data here that could support that explanation or that decision.
I think that's what Chapter 2 is all about. I'm not sure we have clearly defined it yet in Chapter 2, but that's the intent of Chapter 2. Yeah. Good. Right, yeah. And to go back to Member Salazar's comment, we have developed a crosswalk between our industry sectors and community colleges, and that will be included in the new document.
And that's aligned to regional economies?
It's what they've listed as their industry sectors, what their titles are, and so forth, and we've kind of crosswalk that.
I think, Russ, I'm acknowledging is regional economies set their own. The community colleges have their own. K-12 has its own, and they're not always identical. So if we're really trying to respond to the needs of regional economies, there might be an additional iterative process or step to the crosswalk that takes into consideration what does a region need,
right?
And then making sure that ideally those are identical.
Yeah, I had a step. I had to fly back home during the Friday the 13th. No, we should take little like soda drinks every time we say it. But I did receive a letter about the industry, and it wasn't so much are we aligning industries, it was the absence of industry partnerships throughout the actual state plan. And so I'm wondering if we had that conversation back Friday, September the 13th, or if we have considered that as we're moving forward with rewriting the plan or revising the plan, because I think part of it was this is something critical to the partnerships, and they're not mentioned in the principles, which is chapter 3. So I'm wondering how we're going to further explicitly, not implicitly, I think that maybe it was implied or at least in our heads, but explicitly make sure that we are naming those partnerships as valuable.
Vice Chair Sun has a...
So we did have a brief discussion on that, recognizing that it was never the intent for us to leave industry partners. Of course, they're critical in developing quality CTE programs. In fact, I think what we really they are so important, we felt that they were embedded in each one of those principles. But it's maybe a matter of just we haven't been explicit enough, and we've always open to reviewing and taking a look at that. And I think that's one of the things that staff may be working on is proposing some changes. But in the meantime, I think that to build that out and to have some of that wording within the plan is very worthwhile. We should do that. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Okay, so moving on, the next bullet is the workforce development, business and community partners. Salazar.
Sorry, I'm actually taking us back again.
Okay.
Russ, I just had a question about the model curriculum standards. And what is the commitment currently or in the future in terms of how community colleges are going to adopt that model curriculum? So ideally, I know I'm asking you the tough questions. I feel really bad about this. These are being built as scaffolds, right? So the K-12 system adopts the model curriculum, it feeds into the community colleges, or there's some embracement of it in some way. Have we started a noodle with what that looks like, or are we reverse engineering from the colleges into the K-12 system? And I know that's a big, heady, complicated issue, but as we look towards the ambitious plan, and even if we don't have it solved, at least putting it out there as something we aspire to do, hopefully in my lifetime. There might be a sense of urgency around that. I'm just kidding. That was a really bad joke. Sorry.
I'll let Sheni answer that question.
So, Member Salazar, I believe that's the work that we're trying to get at with the Strong Workforce K-12 program. And that looks at the career pathways and trying to connect the career pathways from K-12 into the community colleges. And the point that you bring up in terms of also from community colleges to K-12, I think it needs to be a two-way street, right, for it to work for both systems. And so I think because we're now in round 2, just getting started in round 2 of K-12 Strong Workforce, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. The important piece, I believe, that we will need to address in the state plan is looking at how do we frame the accountability that will, and what do we measure that will help us get there, right? Because if we're looking at activities, we have to know how to measure them that will get us to, and if we're measuring the right things to get us to where we need to go.
And that's fair. I just want to acknowledge that then what may happen, though, is you have a disconnect between there's a structural challenge in that, right? So that would mean, do we let go of the CT model curriculum and say, okay, K-12 partners, where you can't get to outcomes if you're straddled with this. And so either we solve for that, or we let it loose and say, okay, you're being empowered to do this and co-construct with your community college partners, but at some point we've got to pick a horse. If not, then the structural issue within the system is going to keep us from hitting the desired performance outcomes.
Okay, so now to the Workforce Development, Business, and Community Partners section. Member Ecker.
Okay, so from our meeting in September, we received a lot of feedback from stakeholders that we would be remiss in not paying attention to in this section. So on behalf of my friend, the superintendent from the Tracy ROP, I think it would be really important for us to make an explicit statement about not only the ongoing role of our industry partners, but the continuing, evolving emphasis on the need for industry partners to build out, develop, and support the programs. I think this section, especially if you copy and paste it into the Perkins V plan, needs to explicitly state our intent and our belief in the important role and the need for those partnerships to make our programs not only sustainable, but to make them work.
That's nodding.
Aww. Yeah. So,
your son, did you want to add on there?
Yeah, and I understand that this is the chapter that is supposed to be what exists, but what you're hearing from everyone is that we're also recognizing the holes that exist when we go through what exists. So I'm hoping someone is taking really good notes, because everything that's being said has to point to the future, and I think many very salient points need to be in the Perkins application because it sets the agenda forward.
And yes, we're taking notes. Member Ortiz-Lacon, was that a comment? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a few people going at it to make sure we capture everything, because we want to get to work even before the transcript's available, before the video's up. So, okay, secondary CT enrollment. Okay, I'm going to move on to adult CT enrollment in adult schools and our OCPs. Member Rucker.
For each of these charts, if it's possible, either as a footnote or as a reference at the bottom of each chart, if you could identify the source for the content of the material, because I know this information was drawn from different sources. And in the conversation I had in the break with Michelle, one of the things that, because this plan also highlights particular targeted regions or service areas, as you go forward, and you're going to be looking at you talk about the regional differences with counties as large as LA County being our largest and Alpine being the smallest. It's probably important for comparison purposes, since you made that point, to have the similar type of information about secondary enrollment in Alpine County and in LA County, to talk about, again, the point that was made by the superintendent from the Tracy ROP, that you need to think about what the funding decisions you make to create equity in the distribution of those funds to support those programs. Having information or data like that to show those regional differences is also important. So I realize this is a statewide plan, but in the same way our LCAPs while the LCAPs are being implemented to meet a statewide mandate, they are being implemented in a local context. So I think it's important, particularly as you highlight all these regional differences, to also provide some regional data for comparison purposes, so that people who are the consumers of the plan, while this is a compliance plan for the feds, in our state, it's going to be those directors who are going to be reading, consuming this information. It helps to inform how they write those applications and how they write those grants, and it justifies also the point that's been made about the distribution of the funds.
Salazar.
Again, I would list in the special populations for CT enrollment, justice involved youth is not explicitly called out.
Chair Grande.
I wanted just to tag on to the comment that Member Salazar made earlier about the alignment between the K-12 industry sectors that have been identified with the community colleges, with the regionals. If we could, in the state plan, include what might end up looking like a funnel from the 15 in the secondary to the smaller version in the community to the smaller one at the regional level, and to see where we might find a concentration and possibly inform the conversation about where we might want to structure additional exploration of programs in the future. It would be very beneficial, especially with these enrollment numbers here, that we might be able to say, okay, here are the industry sectors identified by K-12. Here's where they align with the ones that have been identified by the community colleges. Here's where those align with the regional priorities. So we may, as the state of California, want to focus on these particular areas where we have the greatest need and the highest demand.
Some heads nodding on that idea. So Member Salazar made a comment on special populations. Any other comments on special populations for CT enrollment? Okay. Any other just general comments on Chapter 1 before we move on to Chapter 2? Great. Thanks for your insightful feedback as usual. Okay, so the bullet points on Chapter 2 are pretty big picture. I think the subheadings are more detailed. I'll go through by the bullets, but know that there's a lot underneath each one. And I think Russ made the point that Chapter 2 might be one of the ones that would be less copied and pasted into the Perkins application, but then Member Rucker also cautioned to make sure that we're getting the important information from that chapter. So just throwing that context back into this conversation about Chapter 2. Demographic context. Any thoughts or questions or comments on that section?
Do I dare ask, could we have maybe tables or charts? It's just so heavy on text.
Yeah, and I think staff are always doing the dance between trying to make the information easy to access and 508 compliance. Yes. Looking at staff in that, yes. So, so they'll take that into consideration, I think, and do their best within the compliance constraints. Member Rucker.
Okay, so I found one of the things I found really compelling is the population growth by age group. You know, we've done some of the same kind of reviews about the education workforce in California, looking at what percentage of our education workforce are baby boomers, Gen X, Gen Y. I think it might be important to take a look at that as well. We have a lot of folks. I think we need to understand how much of our workforce is aging out. And one of the things that this doesn't identify is what we have to consider replacing going forward. How much of our workforce do we need to know about replacing, and how much of our workforce is continuing to work beyond the retirement age because of the economy? I think that that's important data also to look at, because our workforce is growing older, but we're not seeing the same kind of people who have the same benefit that Russ is having to retire. And I want to point out, by the way, he's still working. So we have that.
Some of those old folks return.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I think it's important to take a look at that, because that is important data in California about the fact that our workforce is actually growing older, and we don't see as many people retiring in the numbers we used to see when the wave of baby boomers first began retiring. I think it's important to understand that also, because that's also going to inform the kind of instructional or professional development shifts that are going to be need to happen to consider how to serve or support that workforce.
Member Ortiz-Licon.
think along the same lines as projecting who the workforce will be. And we know that it is projected that it will be primarily Latinos. And so if we look at how are we educating and preparing them right now, are we preparing them for that workforce? We are not. That's the answer. But what can we do? Because we'll also fall in those student special populations, right? And so again, that emphasis in looking at how are we preparing our students, our workforce to meet the needs of tomorrow. Thanks.
A lot of heads nodding on that point. Economic context. Moving on to the next big chunk of Chapter 2. Member Salazar?
Just that, again, just that acknowledgement around a looming recession in the future.
Thanks for the reality check again. Member Rucker.
Okay, so on page 36 of this document, I didn't understand the paragraph that says, that begins with the sentence, the new Bureau of Labor Statistics projections indicate there will be 4 job openings from. I didn't really understand that paragraph. I think that people who are really technocrats who understand the grasp and the depth of that part of the conversation know exactly what you were saying. I didn't. So, and I know, but I know this is important information because I trust the expertise of Russ Weigold. If this is something that needed to be added as a comment or a statement, then it's something that we need to thread out. This, I suspect, is related to my previous comment about understanding data about our workforce. I think this is the paragraph where Russ is nodding his head and saying yes. So I think that, so now you just figured out I lied when I said I didn't understand what this paragraph meant. So I think this is the paragraph related to that previous comment, and I think this is the one that needs, for purposes of the Perkins plan, that probably needs to be built out a little bit more and directly linked to that data I talked about.
Yeah, I think I can revise that so that more people than just you and I understand what it says.
Member Salazar.
And I know we give a nod to it and speak to it in the economic context, or maybe it was even in the policy context around automation and what that will do to industries and the workforce. But there's also a future of work commission that I think we should be paying attention to. And as it charts its course and starts to set recommendations, I think this will give further fuel to the fire in terms of the acceleration of what our future state plan will be.
Heads nodding on that idea also. Okay, moving on to educational context and any comments within those sections. Member Rucker.
So this is the section of the plan that I was referring to earlier that I think that we need to give a nod to the LCAP and the school planning process and the linkage between the Perkins V plan and the LCAP itself as a planning document, particularly for K-12 schools. And the same thing is true and similar for the community colleges. They have an overall plan and a planning document for their adult education and CTE system. There needs to be a clear explanation about the linkage of that document as well. And I think this is the section, well, as it relates to K-12, this would be the section where that needs to go.
Any other comments on this section? Member Rawlings.
One of the things I see through here is it kind of gets back to Member Salazar's comment earlier about the future of work. And the fact here is that all of our systems, including down to the LEA and the local campus level, are going to have to be very dynamic. And it's not something we're used to being. And it's going to require a culture shift within the educational K through 14 educational system at each level, right? And in order to be able to adapt to the demands that the future economy and the future of work is going to require of us to prepare the workforce for the future.
The policy context. Any comments on that section of this chapter? Member Ortiz-Lacon.
I think earlier you explained how these two things, like, well, that's part of ESSA, now will be in Perkins. And I know that this is supposed to be an integrated state plan where we account. So here I see ESSA, Perkins, and WIOA, but maybe how do they all come together in the state plan and how they align? And again, I think visuals are great for that.
Yeah, maybe adding kind of a summary after those three individual sections of how tying them together.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay.
A summary.
Great. Member Rucker.
And then I'm thinking back to the presentation we had from the JSPAC. I think that's the correct the correct acronym.
Yep.
I think that somewhere either between the previous section on educational context or this section on the policy context, the information that they presented and shared with us make it important for us to elevate the visibility of that program inside the department and the work that they do, and perhaps to make sure that we do it, probably the policy context section is the place to put their work in this, especially since we're supposed to be paying attention to special populations. Since that's a program that, you know, I've been doing this work for over 20 years and I didn't even know they existed, it might be a good idea in the context of a policy context discussion about special populations to add the work of that unit into this section of the report.
I think you're right. And it's interesting that I think JSPAC is probably one of the strongest collaborations we've had between secondary and community college, actually.
Yes,
but
and it's not
probably
in here.
the least known.
Yes, and it's
Right.
not anywhere. It's not in chapter 1 or chapter
Right,
2.
right.
It needs to be added.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe I can do that within the chapter 1, because it is something that's current and it's something that's been happening for years, for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is one of the strongest collaborations we have between CDE and community college. We just don't talk about it often. So yeah, I think chapter 1, we can do that.
Okay, and then career technical education initiatives. Chair Grande.
We could possibly put in a chart that enumerates where all of the funds currently are coming together. So I know that in our Perkins application, they're asking where our allocation is currently and how we're matching to whatever it is that they might be supplementing us. This would be a great area to put in a chart that shows our total state level contribution to career technical education outside of what Perkins would allocate.
So do a chart that lists our state initiatives with
Yes.
the dollar amount and then the total state investment for
Yes.
career technical. That's a great idea. Yeah, I think that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Rucker.
Well, then this is going to make my suggestion a little more controversial because these are specific targeted funding or revenue streams just for CTE. But I would assert you need to also add the LCAP because, again, as I said earlier, these programs are a subset of the work that LCAPs are supposed to be doing, and those students are the pipeline, come from that pipeline that is where all students are served by the LCAP. So I would suggest you also need to add the LCAP as a CTE initiative as well.
Ed's nodding there too. Yeah, and so lots of comments about integration for sure.
And if we can do that through a chart, it makes it a lot clearer, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
And to further explain that, the point that you just made, Member Rucker, I would also put it in the context of the 912 adjustment
Yes.
for high schools.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I think that there are many programs out there that are unaware of those funds that were specifically included in the budget as an ongoing adjustment for high schools to account for the additional cost of CTE programs.
So I was going to make that point, and if this is around the different money, I think it would be helpful for everyone to see where all the different pots of funds are and how they can be all leveraged together.
Any other final comments on Chapter 2? Okay, I'm going to move us on to Chapter 3. Okay, and so as Russ mentioned in his overview, Chapter 3 will a lot of Chapter 3 will be reflected in the federal Perkins plan. So it's one for us to dig into deeply. I think it's another one, though, he mentioned will look a lot different when he brings it back in November, when everybody brings it back in November. But let's walk through what you've seen and get your comments so you can continue to inform it. So on the vision.
And right now that vision is put in there as basically a placeholder. We're still reviewing a lot of the stakeholder input, and we're trying to grasp from that input what the real vision will be. So that one that you see in there is actually just a placeholder that was put in.
And we did, for those of you that were at the most recent stakeholder engagement, we did spend a lot of time with stakeholders working on vision there. So, and we'll be coming back to you with that input at the next.
I was going to say yes, and it was. We had some great feedback from the stakeholders on that, and I'm very interested in seeing what you end up settling in. But I think one of the areas that we wanted to, what I captured was that we don't want to make the students the object, right? Because this is about what we will do for students. It's about the vision is what students will be as a result of CTE programs. So just turning that around a little bit.
Great. And then, so as Russ mentioned, the guiding policy principles have a featured role in Chapter 3. And we've already talked a little bit about maybe some minor changes to that section based on feedback from the public.
Yeah, I think some of the things we talked about, kind of the bolder vision moving forward, and this might be also a place to tease out a little bit about the industry partners.
Mm-hmm. Member Ortiz-Lacon.
Yeah, I would just say making sure that it's very explicit, the industry partnerships, but throughout the plan. Also, when it comes back to us, would it be possible to have a way for us to know what's new, what was based on the feedback from something that's tracking, like this is new information that was based on the feedback from stakeholders or the changes that were made? Because I didn't read this whole plan, but we've seen we've seen the vision, the principles, and Pat read the whole thing. So it would be great for us to know what was added, what is new, what came from stakeholders, because then that would show us how much we're incorporating their feedback too.
And just looking at Patricia, because we've had some tricky with tracking changes and how to present that. I don't know if there's any, or Lisa, any thoughts about?
There is a way that you can compare an older document with a newer document, and it'll tell you what's changed, and we can run that through and then highlight those sections.
I mean, the State Board of Education, we do provide, when we do regulations, we always have a strikeout, and so there are ways to do that. I mean, the strikeout and italics for anything that's added, something like that.
So the way we would have to post that is to use highlighting color and then use tags. So when we did the guiding policy principles, if you remember, you'll see there was a blue heighted begin, a blue heighted end, a yellow heighted begin, and a yellow heighted end to show what's been taken out and replaced. My only fear with that, and I'm just being completely honest, that there's going to be so many changes that you're going to have blue and yellow highlights all over the place, and it's still going to be hard to figure out what exactly was moved, because what's a percentage of how much this plan has changed? It's a big change from what I'm 508ing right now as opposed to what you have in your packet. So that's my only fear, is it's going to be a colorful mess and it's still going to be hard to figure out. So,
and I mean, Patricia, I think you were talking about the regulatory process. Every time we put our regs, we're able to strike out, bold, italicize, and it's never been a problem. But if we're unable to do it, or if we could get as close to doing somehow that it's visually represented what the new additions have been. Yeah. If not, if you could be prepared to give us a summary of what are the changes that you'll see. Because when I received this, again, and it was only 2 days in advance, I didn't really know, well, what's new? What should I be focusing on that changed or evolved?
Yeah, and we'll debate and try to figure out how best to present that to you to make it not as messy as possible.
So Can I suggest, given that we're going to shift after this meeting to focus only on the application piece of it, that we start doing that with the application portion, starting with draft 1 next time, and then from there on over the next few months, look at it that way.
Yeah, we can do that.
Great, thanks. So on system goals, any thoughts or comments on that piece of chapter 3? Okay, so then as Russ mentioned, what he did in the next piece of the chapter is take each of the essential elements and kind of repeat the same structure where it had brief definition, relevance and key significance, current key activities and initiatives, and needed actions for change. So I'm just wondering if you'd like to go through it element by element, or I can just ask for general comments on the element section.
And excuse me, I'd like to know if that structure is okay with you, at laying it out that way.
I like the structure personally. The fact that you're identifying why it is that we laid out this particular item and then what we can do to make sure that we're advancing it. So I particularly like the structure that you created for this.
Great. Thank you.
And is that a structure you'd be able to repeat in the federal plan?
Probably not quite as well. It'll change somewhat, I think.
Okay. Member Ortiz-Lacon.
Under equity, I see that there's something here on English learners, and I think it would be great for us to maybe just borrow language from the EO roadmap and put it right in here so that it also shows alignment between some of the frameworks and some of the policies that we have for the equity piece of it. But just throughout, I think that if we already have something like the EO roadmap, it should definitely be cited throughout.
Thank you. Member Rawlings.
Taking a look back here at the needed actions for change, and I was thinking about some of the comments made earlier about how do we really make sure that there's an effective pathway process and make sure that the pathways are clear. One of the pieces of feedback I've gotten over the past few months has been the need to help drive the collaboration between the local K-12 and community college partnerships. And so I take a look through here in the needed actions for change. I think really identifying that there needs to be a deeper relationship between the local LEAs, and not necessarily even just between the community colleges and the K-12, but amongst all the LEAs in a particular region, particularly where they might be a part of the same consortium, but the level of discussion and collaboration isn't occurring in a way that is going to move the needle very much for us, I think.
Other comments about the framing of the essential elements in chapter 3, either in general or specifically to any element?
You know, I like the framing as well. I think on the bullet points about here's some themes that have been teased out, maybe to add some of the conversations we've had as well around the alignment, the college and career aspects. We don't see that career is CTE is separate from preparation, academic preparation as well.
And this is a section, in addition to throughout the plan, we'll be infusing stakeholder comments, but I think this is a particular section where stakeholder input will be heavily infused.
Right. That's where I think chapter 3 is where most of the stakeholder input's going to appear, and it's not in there yet. But certainly those bold ideas should be depicted in this chapter.
And then the industry partners as well.
Yeah. We can look at that again and try to boost that up.
Yes, Member McGuire. Oh, okay. Yes, Chair Grande.
when we begin to infuse Chapter 3 with stakeholder input, are we thinking of doing call-outs in particular to take verbatim statements from feedback that may have been provided through the public commentary? And like, if someone decides to write in a public comment that says, and industry partnership should be, you know, our first primary goal, would we potentially put that in a call out in the margin so that we are really focused on the fact that a stakeholder said this so powerfully, not like I just did, but said it so powerfully that it needed to be captured verbatim and included, the way that they many times do call outs in newspaper column articles, just so it channels your vision to something that is very, very important or impactful.
A sidebar text box.
I guess we hadn't thought about that, but what I imagine that when the document goes to public comment, there will be, I think, additions to these bullets, right? What the needed actions are. And they would say, well, I think you should add a statement like this. Our response would, well, we did, and we added it in this section under the needed actions here. That's one way it would be noted. It would be noted that way. I hadn't thought of noting it the way you described, but we can certainly consider that. Would be another way to do that. And some of those might be word for word, and some of them might be wordsmithed a little bit, because we might get 3 or 4 people making the similar statement, right? So, yeah.
And that's what's happening right now is we're theming the comments to figure out where there's really heavy emphasis.
And while these are only comments from the stakeholders group, there's going to be those public comment periods of time, right, that we'll have to capture as well.
Other comments about Chapter 3? Member Rucker.
On the equity section that begins on page 57, you know, even when we did the work in developing the principles to try to give a state definition of equity, it was still incomplete. Even today, for me, that continues to be an evolving conversation. And so going forward as we work on the plan and we look at this piece, particularly because equity and access are 2 very vital keys in how we do the work for Perkins V to focus on target populations. I think we still need to have a perspective conversation. I'm going to say that when I actually see the draft plan in November, there are some revisions I would like to ask for in this particular section, but I'd like to ask you to allow me to reserve the comment on that until I actually see your draft for the Perkins plan, because I want to make sure that the comments that I want to make, that I feel compelled to make on this particular section, are directly linked to what's going to be developed in the Perkins draft, because there are some gaps in this section, but I don't want to make this a political conversation. I want to make sure that it's going to be directly relevant for what we're trying to do in the Perkins plan.
I expect we'll do a similar process in November of walking through section by section. If you do want to give us any preview to have writers think about it, okay. Okay. Okay, any other comments on Chapter 3? Okay. Chapter 4, not a lot for them to look at, but...
You know, I think you're welcome to look it over there, but there's probably not a lot there. We've expanded that a little bit. Like I said, I'm not so sure that a lot of Chapter 4 is going to show up in Perkins. It might. There's a little bit of some stuff that I think we'll go over there, but basically this kind of sets the stage for LEAs on how to implement CTE and certain requirements and so forth, policies.
So maybe rather than going bullet by bullet in Chapter 4, I'll just ask if what you have in front of you, if there are any general comments on Chapter 4. Chair Grande.
I would hope that maybe Chapter 4 gets fleshed out to be best practices and highlights on effective collaborations that have spawned from CTIG or K-12 Strong Workforce. I think things that might be niche projects that could be built to scale statewide should be included in here, if not just for illustration, but for emulation.
Member Rucker.
I think this is also a section that we could use for talking about our evolving conversation about data and the build out of our CalPADS data system, as well as looking at the gaps in developing that data system, what our conversations are, what our plans are going forward to build that out to serve the purposes of the program. I think this is an opportunity to talk about that as well.
Member Ortiz-Lacron.
I have a process question. When we developed the ESSA state plan, it was imperative for some of us that the whole plan was submitted, so that not just meeting the compliance, but really submitting the vision, because ESSA evolved from a civil rights legislation. So that's why it was so critical that, at least for me, that the whole state plan really outlined our vision for students and equity. For this plan, we're going to have the application, and then we're going to have a state plan. Who will see the state plan? How are we going to disseminate the state plan? How are we going to make sure that people adhere by the state plan, right? By this vision, this ambitious vision that is not necessarily the compliance piece of it. So I'm just wondering, because we're leaving so many of the good things for the state plan, but I'm like, but then who's going to see it? Just us? Because, that's, if it's just us, it won't make a difference how much we beef up equity or how much we beef up some of these sections if it's not actually going to lead to changes and actual implementation, which we get when we have the federal piece of it, right? The sort of the hammer. So yeah, what's our vision for disseminating?
There's a plan for more stakeholder engagement on the bigger state plan portion, but I might turn it over to anyone sitting at this table if you want to chime in on that.
So I think that as we will be bringing an outline to you in the November meeting. That's something that we discussed earlier, and this is an evolving conversation. We clearly need to do a lot around communication and strategic communication and marketing. And there are going to be lots of pieces that we need to think through as we develop that outline and really figure out what it is that we want to hold ourselves accountable and have a vision for the field. So it's going to be evolving, but this is not something that we necessarily, we as a state team, when we discussed this last week, we did not feel that we needed to get the blessing of the federal government on our vision and what we want to do. So we need to flesh that out a little bit more, as we've talked about earlier, and and then come up with a communications plan around that. We have talked also about continuing getting stakeholder input and public input, and it will give us a little bit more time to do that for the big plan. So we've talked about that in a very preliminary way, but there's nothing concrete just yet about when that would occur and how many and what is the exact timeline, if that makes sense. I don't know if either of you have any other additional comments.
I could make a comment. What we did the last time with the plan is it was printed, very pretty document, had the Golden Gate Bridge on the front cover. You remember that? We also did an executive summary and made that available. And then CDE, I'm not sure community college side, but I know CDE did a whole rollout of that state plan and did workshops around the state to get the word out and where the focus was. If we're truly bold in this plan, I think some of what we say in this plan should actually drive future state policy, right? Because there may be policies in the way of implementing some of these things, or maybe there's no requirement to do something that should be done, right? And so maybe some of our bold ideas that are depicted in this plan will drive that state policy across the street, which kind of looks at, then the locals have to be put in a position where implementing that, right? So, but the last time we did a state plan, we did a full rollout of it, workshops all around the state, focused on that. So, yeah, and I would envision some kind of a similar kind of an action happening.
Yeah, and I just want to make
I
sure.
think that's what your question was, right?
Right, because there has to be a way that we institutionalize
Right.
this vision and the best practices. I think that there has to be a combination, yes, assuming that people will have the moral compass to implement what the best vision we have for this would be great. But I think that if it's actually institutionalized, if it becomes a standard of what we would expect as this evolves and there's new policies, then that makes it something that may actually happen versus just a conversation happening in Sacramento with a select few.
Right.
Yeah, and if I could also add a little bit more, we talked when we were in Washington D.C. last week. I had the opportunity. We did sort of a split because they did have a couple of opportunities for us to do these breakout sessions. So I attended a breakout session that was led by folks from the state of Ohio, and it was around their ideas. And of course, it takes time to do some of these things, right? But their ideas around doing these, what are called equity labs. And so it's kind of doing a deeper dive, kind of what I'm hearing you all say is we need to be more intentional around how do we ensure equity and access for all different students. So what they are doing, and I'm just going to share this as a very sort of brief overview of that breakout session, is that they actually did some piloting with some districts. They found that some districts were not aware of their own data, so they did a kind of a pre-population of their own data, walked them through the data, and actually mapped it so that they could see where the work-based learning opportunities were available to some of the students. And they found that some inequities, basically. And so as they were walking through that, then the programs themselves were able to say, okay, well, we know now how to restructure that. As a result of that piloting that they did, they're now initiating sort of a next phase of that, and that is to conduct 6 regional equity labs around the state of Ohio. And so they're going to be going around and doing the same sort of thing, pre-populating the data for the local districts for them to see their data. But these are the kinds of things that take time. And with an April 15th timeline upon us, it's very difficult for us to complete a federal application and do a very thorough and more thoughtful process. So these are some of the things that we haven't really had an opportunity as staff to fully flesh some of these things out, but these are some of the ideas that we learned from meeting with our colleagues from other states. So hopefully that gives you also a flavor of some of the things to come. They're not fully fleshed out, but just to kind of give you a sense of some of the things that we learned.
And if I might add as well, another thing is that because this is one plan with 2 parts, we do need to roll out both, right? The plan that we roll out will have both pieces to it. And it's just as important to roll out the new Perkins V plan to the community as well as the state plan. And I believe there will be references in our federal application to the plan, to the state plan. So that's how the 2 pieces can be integrated as we roll that out.
Yeah, so I have a question back to Chapter 4. You said you didn't see a lot taking from Chapter 4 into the Perkins plan. But so for my own edification, the description of career pathway and sequence of CTE courses, what a CTE course is, where did
We'll
those...
have to move over to the Perkins plan because there's a specific question in the Perkins plan of how we define a program of study.
Okay. And where did these definitions come from? What we're currently doing, or?
Most of those are what we're currently doing.
Okay. So there are things, and will this portion get feedback from stakeholders? Because, for instance, we've defined a CTE course being taught by a teacher who meets CTE, teacher credential, and occupational experience qualifications. And that seems to be a area that I've heard stakeholders say, hey, this is really difficult to get some of these teachers credentialed, et cetera. And so we kind of defined this for ourselves. Could we get feedback on maybe there are other ways to look at that? Because I think that there's some of these that we've gotten that warrants maybe some feedback on what's worked and what hasn't worked that we might want to tweak.
Well, I'm looking for Pradeep.
Well, I mean, certainly there's going to be the public comment period.
Certainly. During the public comment period, we'll get some of that. I think when we meet with teachers coming up, we can certainly address that issue with them. I don't think it was specifically addressed at all in the stakeholder meetings, to tell you the truth. But certainly with the teachers' meetings coming up, the public comment period, we're, as Pradeep indicated, we're doing the conference in Anaheim, but community colleges has a conference coming up. They're sharing it there. We're sharing it at another conference down in Rancho Mirage in November. So there's other opportunities for additional input. So,
and we did at the August stakeholder meeting talk about CTE teachers, and that came up with stakeholders for sure. So that's in the data that we're currently analyzing, and we'll be sharing with Russ and other writers to try and infuse.
And that was just one specific example, but I'm just seeing we've kind of predefined a few things here, which I know we've been operating off of, but I think some of these are the areas where there may be some friction on how a career pathway is defined in one sector versus another sector. I'm not quite sure. This is not my area, but I feel like we've already kind of predefined some of it, and it warrants a lot more a greater look.
Member Rucker.
Okay, so earlier I said that there's probably a need to provide some data about the changes or the shifts in the demographics in California's workforce. I think this is an opportunity, since Board Member Sung brought this up, to talk about the demographic pressures on the education workforce. It's not, and I do understand from the first stakeholder session that there was a conversation about the need for more teachers, but I think it's not enough to simply say or state in this prospective plan that there's a need for more teachers. I think there's going to have to be a discussion about what the particular concern is for CTE that's different from the overall needs of the education workforce. We've always heard the statement that California needs at least 100,000 teachers to replace those who will be retiring in the next 10 years. Well, there's some particularity in that as it relates to, say, STEM areas. We need 30,000 science teachers. But the problem is different with CTE, because a lot of the work that's being done, particularly in these industry-aligned courses and in many of these CTE STEM programs, we need people to come in from the field to work in California classrooms. So there's a tension between federal requirements and state certification requirements. That's one thing. But there's also an issue that is a fiscal, it's a fiscal requirement for the state or fiscal concern, but it's a personal financial requirement for those people who come out of the industry and go into California classrooms. The federal Social Security law creates an explicit disincentive that is a hindrance in California to recruit people in. So while it is not an applicable conversation for this Perkins plan, we need to find some way to have that conversation in this Perkins plan about that very explicit financial disincentive. Otherwise, the federal government will continue to give lip service to increasing the number of STEM teachers and people who come in from the workforce in other areas into education in classrooms without actually addressing the problem that the feds themselves have created. So I think that we do need to try to figure out a way to have that conversation. And Russ, you know what I'm talking about. You know what the very technical issue about that is. Let's see if we can figure out a way to bring that into and identify that as a specific obstacle for California to doing the kind of teacher recruiting we need to be able to do to support CTE programs.
Member Rucker, in the Perkins application, there is a prompt that we have to address teacher training, professional development. So we do have, so that could be a starting point for the conversation that you're.
Yeah, but it's not asking you to talk about the GPO WEP or the Social Security offset. That question is not asking you to talk about the Social Security offset. We need to, in California, talk about the Social Security offset.
Correct, but I mean, that's something I'm learning right now as we go through the process.
Yes.
So.
Vice Chair Sun?
I don't know. I think I've already said it. I think that just taking a closer look at these, while there's nothing wrong with how these sequences are defined or what a CTE course and career pathway. There's nothing on face that's necessarily wrong or off. I just think that sometimes we put these definitions out there and there's unintended consequences, or there's things that the field sees, and that we've kind of locked ourselves in with some of these definitions that at times prevent us from the partnerships, or prevent some of the more deeper ways of moving forward with several different partnerships than we had intended. And it was back to what Member Salazar was saying earlier about like the model curriculum, and she was saying, well, something's got to give. You know, either you say we're going to all do this and work around it, or we say, hey, you have some flexibility here. So I think that's the tension that we're talking about. And are we just putting some information or definitions out there that we're kind of tying the hands of people in the field rather than help?
Thank you. Any other general comments on Chapter 4? Okay. Chapter 5, Continuous Quality Improvement. So I think if we have questions on this that need to be addressed right now, that Director Kotam-Raju can answer those. So I'll just walk us through section by section. The Secondary Continuous Quality Improvement CQI Framework. Any comments or questions on that? Member Rucker.
The CQI and for the Continuous Quality Improvement Framework as a term of art is a little bit different as a term of art than the terms of art that we are using in the K-12 school improvement and school change program. So I think that there's probably just a need to make sure that some of the terms of art are uniform. I would also suggest, because part of what you say here alludes to the idea or the suggestion that this is also part of the continuous improvement or support system, this title conflates two very different types of school planning or school improvement activities. So I think you need to separate that out and explain what the differences are, particularly since we are agreeing that the LCAP will be added as a critical CTE funding initiative. School districts, if they're identified for school support or any kind of support in that school improvement network, they need to talk about that role, but they also need to talk about the role of the school plan itself. We need to talk about the fact that the LCAP is undergoing a new planning template. There's going to be a new template created, which is the reason why I wanted to add this to this, so we can make sure we create that accountability there in the LCAP review process. I think we just need to separate those things out because it seems conflated in the narrative section here, and I don't think that that was your intent.
Any other comments on that section? Okay, moving on to high school transitions to college and career. Member Rucker.
That it doesn't have a balance with collecting information about CTE programs, and that is directly related to what we can't get right now from CalPADS. So I do think that does need to be explained because it's more academic than CTE in the indicator. So while it's an important indicator, I think maybe, and I'm speaking out of turn because this is not a decision that's actually been made at a state policy level, but I think what we will learn from writing this Perkins plan may inform the work that the board continues to do in building out and developing the CCI. Would you feel that, do you think that that would be a fair way to say that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's since we're looking at this Perkins plan as being something we're looking to go forward and do some big thinking. We already know that as a board, there's some work that still is left to be done on the CCI. So what I'm suggesting that we say in this plan is that we're looking for the development of this plan to in some ways inform that conversation about the development of the CCI.
And then I think to that point, and bringing community colleges in again about where's the handoff then too, because the transition to college career is not just what secondary is doing to prep, but it's where the handoff is when, community colleges are accepting them in. So I think adding some portions of what on the community college side would be helpful. It gives it more of a sense of partnership.
Okay, on the secondary CTE accountability framework, comments or questions on that section? Okay, the community college CQI framework. Is that one blank? Okay, moving on. How about the adult ed? Nope, not there. Moving from CT? Nope. Okay. Any other general comments on Chapter 5? Yeah. Work to be done in those sections. Yeah. Chair Grande.
Just one other comment on Chapter 5 before we move off of it. Is it possible to embed within Chapter 5 a timeline of a pledge to review on an annual basis and potentially a reporting out either through this entity or any other formal method so that there is that level of accountability to the public and also that pledge that, yes, we are going to continue to improve and we are going to meet whatever metrics that we have laid out, and we are making a pledge now. We are going to review it every August, every September, whatever happens to be an appropriate timeline of events.
Well, I know for the state board, we review our indicators, we review our state plan annually in November. So for us, it would be great if we could align that. I'm not sure how community college would feel, but I think that that would be great for us to align those revisions or just kind of having the conversation.
As you saw from the PowerPoint, one of the things we do every year is what's called a consolidated annual report, which has a narrative section to it, but also is the reporting out of, and I'm only talking now for the federal application, Perkins. Here we do a report out, have we met targets for all of the 8 indicators, and what I would say now there are consequences for not meeting targets in the federal legislation. So we could come back and report on that consolidated annual report to you, as we do with CTIG and other the metrics that, so we could include that as a overall reporting on data and accountability and continuous quality improvement.
Member Ortiz-Lacon.
I'm going to have to leave in about 5 minutes, but I want to ask, what are the consequences? Is this consequences like we used to see under NCLB, or can you clarify what that means so that we know what it means for the field?
So the consequences, if we do not meet the targets for any particular year, we have to adjust the targets, but in order to adjust those targets, we have to bring back the stakeholder group and have a conversation with them to adjust the target, and based on past performance, we have to then submit a new set of targets to the federal government to essentially say, and an action plan of how we are going to achieve those new set of targets.
So does that mean that at some point there could be some financial implications if targets are not met, or is it just this whole notion of continuous improvement, like you're resubmitted, but then you resubmit and let's say you don't meet the targets again? Is there a gradual sort of increase of consequences for not meeting the targets, or is it just they continue working with you until you do?
Under Perkins 4, there was consequences for not meeting targets 2 years in a row. It is not very explicit in this legislation right now because a lot of it has to do with the fact that I think it's devolved to the state. So we may want to look at something in terms of, and I think one of the things that Scott Stump, who's the Assistant Secretary, said, that look to incentives in some sense of those who are doing well and use them as a model to try to look at data and accountability. So we have that option to look at. So it's not like, I think under Perkins 4, there was sort of a no child left behind light kind of approach to that, but that's been less, there is more, the state has to do a lot more, but the federal government is doing less.
Member Rucker.
Okay, so in hearing what you just said, and I'm watching the clock very carefully because I know we're about to shift over to public comment. I don't want adjusting the targets to become a synonym for lowering our standards. And so I'm looking at page 119, which is blank. Knowing, I would like to believe that this would be the chapter, and I went back and read the questions that we left unanswered in the transition plan, knowing that it would have to be developed. I would like to believe that we can use what is written in this chapter on CTE looking forward to look at ways that, particularly for K-12, for high schools, under accountability, under our LCAP, that we add this as part of the consideration of the criteria, not just the colors on the dashboard, but also the performance indicators in the Perkins plan, whether or not they're meeting their targets, whether or not we need to consider that as criteria for referring high schools for this toward the system of support. There may be some other state level actions that we can take that are aligned to our current system of support, and I think that's the conversation that we could have in CTE looking forward. And we'll talk about that more in November, but I just want to put a pin in that idea as part of our conversation, because even if the feds aren't clear about what their system of accountability is for this program, we have a clear system of accountability that this program needs to be aligned to as well. And I think that that would be something we could talk about in Chapter 6.
Nodding. Member McGuire.
Are we ready to move on from this? Mine is separate. Okay, just really quickly, under definitions where we have socioeconomically disadvantaged, when we're talking about K-12, we talk about students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch, foster youth, homeless, which I'm assuming is all McKinney-Vento students. Okay, and then when we get to college students, we don't indicate like food insecurity, maybe CalFresh eligible students to be part of socioeconomically disadvantaged.
College colleagues.
Interesting question. It also came up when we were in DC, the same. In section 122 of the Perkins plans, it identifies specifically what those are. So not having that plan in front of me, I don't have the exact details, but we can verify the CalFresh as being an identifier. I want to say yes, but I would like to double check that for you.
So I think we have basically covered the 5 chapters that have been developed as far as they've gotten in time for posting. And as Russ mentioned, whatever's in section B right now is pretty just reflective of whatever was in the transition plan. The plan is for the next meeting to infuse what was in these 5 chapters and your comments into the direct federal plan for you to review for November 8th. So unless there are any final closing comments, I just want to thank you all for your insights and guidance. And I know staff are going to be busy until posting for November.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, Russ, so much. Are there any public commentaries that need to be lodged for agenda item 2 before I open it up for public comment in general. So items regarding the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Perkins V application. If you'd like to step forward, state your name and who you're representing. We are so happy to have you here.
My name is Jenny Hunger, and I'm a teacher at Dos Palace High School, which is in a rural agricultural area in Merced County. We are a Title I school, and I want to thank you guys for all the work that you do for these grants that help our students. Through that, we have 8 pathways in our school of 650 students. And I was just sitting back there looking at some numbers. Only 7% of our students are not enrolled in a CTE class, which is amazing. And through that, I just want to point out a couple of things. I'm the one that writes the grants, and I also teach 6 periods a day. So the more you can condense things and streamline things, I'm very thankful, because it's difficult to find time in the day to do this, okay? Next off, I wanted to talk about the 11 elements. We rely heavily on our industry partners. We are in a town of 1 stoplight. That's all we have. So I have to reach out to neighboring communities to come in and help mentor some of my students. Along with our other pathways, they do the same. So keeping that industry partner language in these applications and this work that you're doing would be very helpful. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Aguilar, and I'm an example of what CTE has done in our school. I come from Dos Palace High School. That was my teacher, Mrs. Hunger. And to begin with, I was a Spanish learner up until the 4th grade. And now, because of the CTE, I switched gears from going to a teacher career up to being wanting to be a lawyer for the U.S. Marine Corps. And because of the CTE, it not only changed my pathway, but it helped me explore different pathways. Like Ms. Hunger said, we have a lot of options out there. So I tried out the construction classes, I've tried out the medical classes, and it wasn't until I reached the business classes that I knew I wanted to do something like that for my profession. And to move on, I also earned many certifications on my way there. So not only am I CPR certified, but I'm also ServSafe certified as well. And it really helps me out because I've seen many of my friends and my cousins that don't have these advantages or haven't taken them. And when I compare myself to people like this, I know that I have a great advantage when it comes to graduating and going into the real world, because a lot of things that people run into is that they go to college and they get their education, but once they want a job, they don't have the experience that they need. And with the CTE courses, not only do you get college credits out of it, which enforces your educational background, but it also enforces your experience as well. So me being a senior in high school, I already have a pretty strong resume for when I want to go into college or when I want to get a career. And not to mention that I do come from a rural area where, like Ms. Hunger said, we only have 1 stoplight. We're in the middle of nowhere and we're not even on a map, unless you zoom in on Google Maps. And even then, I have a strong potential in life, and I just want to thank you guys for putting this program together and putting all your effort into enforcing it and making it better, because without CTE, I don't know what I would have done, because not only do I have a chance in life with my education and my experience, but I've also met a lot of people through our business partners that come in and mentor us and help us learn about what's going on in the real world as well. So thank you.
You.
Hello, my name is Hisham Diab. I'm actually a program manager with Colton Redlands Ukaipa ROP. First of all, I just want to say it's very exciting to hear that California is putting career right up there with college. And I think that's so beneficial for our students. And specifically, I'd like to comment, and we've heard this previously, on those industry partnerships in the 11 elements. Specifically, those industry partnerships are where our students get that hands-on training, that they get the skills for those careers, and it's something that's so critical. And the committee talked earlier about keeping standards and not watering them down. When we look at the new elements, they don't have the industry partnerships, and I think that's that's something that really needs to be addressed. I also have with us today one of our teachers and one of our students who's also going to speak to you as well. Thank you.
My name is Bruce Ingram. I'm a teacher with CRIROC, teacher at Colton High School. I think all of us are ready to get out of here, so I won't go into all the things I've done. I've had my foot in business as a manager, owner. I retired, and I thought that they gave me early retirement, so I wanted to do something easy, and I thought that, well, teachers have a month off for summer, Christmas vacation. I didn't realize you need that time to recover so you can go back in the fall. But I found out. But of all the things I did, including, a matter of fact, I worked here for about 3 years for EDS before it got bought out by HP. One of the most satisfying things I've done has been as a teacher, even though it was making less money. And luckily, I worked long enough so that the windfall thing, it's only going to cost me a little bit of money. It's not going to be the terrible thing it is to a lot of teachers. And I never really thought about the impact that might have on somebody switching careers or doing what I'm doing. But one of the things I did see, and a lot of people have made mention of, is the fact that in the essentials, we no longer have the industry partners. And I wanted to give you an example of something that just happened to me last month. I've been teaching GIS for about 12, 13 years, have a great relationship with Esri, who's right down the street. I'm involved with them. They're always doing things with me. But I went to an industry event on the 26th of September, and I met someone else from ESRI that I didn't know. So now those two ladies are going to be working with my 2 GIS classes on a community project. And then also we're going to be doing a whole GIS Day thing on women and work in GIS. And even though I had these connections I've had for over 10 years, I would not have had this connection had I not worked with those, had I not been at that meeting with GIS professionals. So I think having that connection is wonderful. My students have gotten to go to Esri and present their projects there on stage at Esri. They've got to talk to other GIS professionals. They have to go there, interview them, find out what are they doing. And I think it's really been helpful. It gives students real world experiences. And Mateo here is one of my students, and he probably won't say enough about himself, but I'm going to let him speak.
Hi, Mr. Ingram, my teacher of 3 years now. I'm Mateo Cisneros. I go to Colton High School. I'm a senior. So he's been my teacher for about 3 years now. I've taken every one of his classes. And one of the main things that I've gotten out of his classes and ROP in general from our school is soft skills, and how we develop those soft skills through our industry partnerships. 2 years ago, I got the chance to go to Esri, as Mr. Ingram mentioned, and present. And that was one of the big things, learning those soft skills from in the professional world. How to communicate with professionals, little things like how to shake a hand, are all very, very important, I think, and have really given me a better chance. I feel a whole lot better about my opportunities going into college, into the real world, because I have a lot more soft skills than I can see some of my peers that they don't have from not taking an ROP or a CTE class. So industry partnerships, I think, are vital when partnerships with soft skills and with ROP and CTE as a whole. So thank you.
One quick thing I'd like to add, if I may. I want to let you know, when he came to my class, he was just a quiet little student. Since then, he was instrumental in our TEDx club, and we had a TEDx event last year. He was instrumental in that. Our school is starting a wellness center that's opening in another month. He's been there painting, working with other people to establish our wellness center at the school. He's done so many things, and it started with his work in our class, in ROP. And the other thing as I sit down is what I like to tell people, from you all the way to me, our success is judged by the success of our students. That's where we're actually judged.
Very
Thank you.
much.
Guess the camera's going to cut me off about right here. So, my name is Bill Butinelli. I teach for California High School in Whittier, and you probably guessed it already. I teach auto shop. Sometimes you choose a career, sometimes it chooses you. CTE, first word, career. That's kind of, if we don't add industry in there, there is no career. If I had it my way, every standard would have something to do with the industry in there. We can't do our job without them. I came from the industry. I fall in the Social Security rut where I put in 15 years as a mechanic, and then I switched over to teaching. And to be straight up honest, if I had a family, I wouldn't be able to teach because the money's not there. But more than that, it's we're kind of looking at it. I think I come from sweat in your eyes and blood on your knuckles, not midnight cramming sessions, and I think we're missing the point of school. Whether you're in high school, you're in community college, or you're in college, the capstone is a career. That's the only reason anyone goes to school. When I have a student in my class that's doing poorly, we talk about giving people in prison opportunities or in incarcerated opportunities. Why not do it before they get there? If a student's in my class and he fails English, the class they take him out of is my class. My class is the class that gives him a chance not to go to jail. I offer him a career. I offer him or her the possibility to go places. And they don't get that because now they have to retake English. The only way we're going to solve that is by making CTE a requirement to graduate. Then they no longer can take that kid out of that class. They will have to leave them in there. Now that student can earn a career. I teach in Whittier. We have a lot of disadvantaged students. They don't go to work because they want to. They don't not go to college because they don't want to go to college. They don't go to college because they can't. They have to go and help their family support their brothers and sisters. And if we don't address that and make it a requirement, we're losing those kids. And they're not going to be able to help their family when they're in jail. So to me, making it a requirement, at least 1 year or at least a pathway, will help everybody and give them bright futures. So by keeping the industry requirement in the framework, by making it a requirement for every student to complete a pathway, I think we can help the population improve and make it equitable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. Thank you for hearing my thoughts this morning or this afternoon. My name's Cody Hill. I'm the Student Career Services Coordinator for Tri-Cities ROP down south in Whittier. Before I begin, I just want to share my story really quickly. I've been out of high school for over 15 years, but I got to share my story. So when I graduated high school, I was a 4.0 student. I was on the college track, multiple awards. I was voted most likely to succeed in my college, in my high school graduating class. But I had no career plan. I did not do CTE. I did not do ROP. I had no career aspirations whatsoever, but I was going to college. I ended up getting my 4-year degree in 6.5 years. I switched my major 7 times. No career track, no career plan. And when I graduated, obviously I had a pretty spotty, weak resume. I had no industry contacts. I had no industry training. Very hard to get a career, very hard to land that job. So I had to work really hard to prove myself and make my own industry contacts. On the other end, I had a lot of buddies in high school. They had, 3.0, 3.5, 3.75, pretty good. They didn't win awards like me, but they were in those programs. They were in the CTE ROP programs. They were building up their resume. They had career portfolios. They had industry partners lined up. They had jobs lined up. They were looking pretty impressive. They had that professionalism down, something I had to learn on my own. So I just want to mention before I leave here today, business and industry, it's a crucial element. That's what makes CTE special. That's what separates it from other education. Business and industry, those contacts, Students need to know that. So I really believe as well, I got to second their comments. I really think it needs to be spearheaded as its own element. I think it's been said before, it's kind of been explicitly. I don't think it's explicit enough. It's got to be spearheaded as its own element up front. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Hyland. I'm here representing the Career Technical Education Joint Power Authority Coalition. That's a mouthful, sorry. We represent 13 CTE-JPAs that represents over 60 school districts throughout the state of California that provide high-quality CTE programs. I really appreciate the robust conversation we've had today around industry partnerships and finding ways to fit it into the state plan. I think to belabor the point, our coalition believes that industry partnerships should be a standalone essential element. I believe the previous speakers have really highlighted that point and put it through. We worry that if it's not a standalone element, then those partnerships could diminish at some point, and it could affect how we look at CTIG and K-12 Strong Workforce Program funds as well. So we just would really appreciate putting that in as one of the essential elements in the finalized state plan. Thank you.
Hello, it looks like I'm the last one, so I'll keep it brief. Mary White, Merced County Office of Education. So I have the extreme honor of overseeing the CTE programs, and from the two that you heard earlier from Dos Palos High School, we have a lot of rural schools in our area, and the industry partnerships has always been something that we have clung on to and have made these programs and these pathways very, very strong. I came from industry like most CTE teachers that teach now with the designated subjects, and the reason I became a teacher was because of my industry involvement with the schools at the time. It just seemed like a natural progression. Was it a pay cut? Yes, it was a pay cut, but it's paid off in more than I could ever imagine. It was something that brought me into education, and thankfully, our area has made that an extreme priority in our area, and that's why I also want to say that it needs to be its own standing essential element, because if it's not and it's just implied or it's infused, sometimes that gets taken as then it's optional, and there's no way that industry partnerships can be optional in building our pathways and keeping our pathways as successful as they are. Thank you.
I'm going to keep this really short. I think we all can agree, Tracy Zerpoli, Tri-Cities ROP, we can all agree industry partners are important, but I think the point here today is that the principles, the guiding principles that you've developed are wonderful. We believe in them. We trust you in that we need to make sure that there's a lens that every single element looks through. I mean, they're that important, and we want to make them that important. But if you look at the elements, two of them are repeat of the principles, which kind of doesn't make sense, because why? So we're asking you today to look back at the original elements, keep those principles. That's new, that's different, that's important, but look back at the old elements and really study them and compare them to what you've identified as the new elements, and put back that industry partners, and put back the skilled faculty. We must have teachers that have those industry credentials. So thank you again. And aren't the students wonderful? Yes. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you all for your comments on agenda item number 2. Are there any further public comments to be made on items that are not on the agenda? No further public comments? Well, then let me thank everyone for the comments that you provided to the committee members, and ask, are there any other comments from the committee members? Member Rucker?
Well, I just want to thank everyone, first of all, who came and to give public comment today, who sat through our entire day of meeting and listened to our deliberations and our conversation. And in particular, I want to thank the students who came. One of the criticisms I've always had about doing policy work at this level is a lot of people can sit and talk about the students. And sometimes I ask, well, can you name one of the students that you keep thinking that you're having a conversation about? For me, because I have the opportunity in my job to visit classrooms regularly, not only can I name students, I can identify where they come from. So I want to thank you personally and give you and let you know my high regard for you, both as individuals and for the goals that you have set, but also for the fact that when I continue these conversations and we keep doing this work and we meet again in November, even though you won't be here, I'm going to remember who you are, I'm going to remember your name, and I'm going to remember that you came here today to talk to us. So I personally want to thank you for doing that.
I first want to say that I'm really pleased to see the Inland Empire and San Gabriel Valley here today. Bill and I were whispering about it earlier. Also, to the young lady coming from the small town, I am really happy that you're here. I come from a small town in Alabama. We have recently been upgraded to 2 traffic lights. So growth is on the horizon. And I just wanted to say to the young people who came today, it's really important that you are in these spaces and you are here speaking when policies are being made that will directly impact you. And I am really pleased to see you guys here and to see that you have adult mentors here helping you develop those skills.
Other comments from the committee members? Then I'll echo what both Member Rucker and Kristen has mentioned regarding the students being here today, as well as the faculty, and implore you, please lodge your commentary on the state plan and the Perkins application. We need your feedback as stakeholders. Even if you weren't part of the original stakeholder meetings, we need your valuable input. And I encourage you not only for yourselves to reply to the call for public commentary, but also your friends, your family members, your parents, additional teachers back on campus, because that is the only way we are going to make this state plan as aspirational as we have envisioned it to be. So thank you very much. Looking ahead, I will mention to everyone we do have our next meeting on Friday, November 8th from 10 to 3 p.m. And then we do have some proposed meeting dates for 2020. But, you know, there is another Friday the 13th in December if no one's busy and there may be a full moon on the horizon. You know, we might want to just pencil it in, be here together. We could. But if there's no further business to come before the, Vice Chair.
Sorry, no, I don't have any further business,
Okay.
but I just wanted to clarify because it seems like we've got different times for the agenda versus, so I want to clarify that the Friday, November 8th meeting is at 10, starts at 10, not 9, because I have an agenda here that says it starts at 9, so. It's at 10.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Very
right.
good.
So
Thank
10
you.
o'clock it is. Then if there's no further business to come before the Joint Advisory Committee, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, folks, for joining us today. I declare this meeting adjourned at 2:55 p.m. See you all November 8th.